Progress.
Ready? Okay, I think we'll get started. This is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council on June 18, 2024. Meeting is now called to order. It is 4 p.m. City Clerk, could you please call roll?
Councilmember Perez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
Here.
Councilmember Morales. Councilmember Burns.
Here.
And Mayor Casey.
Here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we get started with public comments on closed session, I'm going to read you a little script to remind everyone about the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council is more than willing to listen to comments from the public, this must be done at the appropriate time and should be done at the podium with the microphone so that your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued, and if behavior continues, you may be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members of the audience, depending on severity, it might be necessary to call a recess, clear chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I'd like to ask for all of your courtesy and cooperation in this regard, so it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. City Clerk, are there public comments on closed session?
Yes, Mayor Casey, there is one public speaker for item 4.1, Art Hernandez. Okay, so there's 3 names on here, so I wasn't sure who was being called. So I also have
Art, Liam, or Alex.
Yes.
Are here yet.
Okay, so
Would perhaps go in their place and try to keep it rather very generic. I'll look to your city attorney for.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can provide public
Jay
comment.
wants to go in their place.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawyer. Good afternoon, Council. Jay Donato, SEIU Local 521, speaking on behalf of your city workers. And so I just kind of want to let you know that a lot of your staff are obviously longtime Hollister residents, many second, third generation Hollister residents. They really like being here, and they appreciate working for the city. When there's a crisis, your workers are there to take care of, be it the sewers, the water mains, a tree down, or the parks and a lot of things that we don't think about but are taken care of. We all know inflation's been bad, and it gets harder and harder for your workers to get by. They do appreciate with their jobs. I talk to many of them, and they are truly pro Hollister and happy to do their work and happy to be here for their community. What we're asking is that this council and our city manager gives them the authority to finalize a deal. There's been good progress, and we thank you for that. And I think we can finalize it, and we just want to resolve this and be done and move forward with service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for the closed session items.
Okay. City Attorney, could you please announce closed session items?
Yes, Mayor. 4.1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representative, City Manager David Marioni, and Administrative Services Director Casey Astorga. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU Local 3395, Hollister Peace Officer Association, HPOA, and unrepresented employees and classifications designated as executive management. 4.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9 of the Government Code, one case. 4.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9 of the Government Code, deciding whether to initiate litigation, one case.
Thank you. So we're going to adjourn to closed session now. No
Yeah, me too. But I needed to find out if he made a and I needed to know what to think What do you think? For one person, I buy the the more expensive than allows What is the alternative? So I'm just going to say that I support your so let's go back. Let's do David Dan. What else can we say? It's very visible and that's the same thing. other ones, because I recognize the number, and having seen the number, I just didn't know the name.
That's because I was lazy when I just put all of it.
That's right, I did read that, yeah.
That's because I didn't know her that well back. Her number is 4628.
Well, then what's the when it passes out? But this number is
Good.
Oh, you know what? She might be calling you from her house.
You too. I'm okay. Doing all right.
68 is a prefix, a landline. Well, next time I see her, I'll ask her which number I should use. That was very helpful.
That's a safe battery. Can you look at that?
Yeah, so all you have to do is pull the sound. That's interesting. So it's like your Wi-Fi is there, your YouTube.
You ready? Okay, let's get back to business here. City Attorney, is there any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report on this closed session or the last closed session, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to council business. Item 6.1, we are going to discuss results of the investigation pertaining to the alleged conduct of Vice Mayor Roland Resendez. Can we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So there were 4 allegations. Allegation number 1, Councilmember Resendez threatened Councilmember Morales during a lunch meeting in 2021. The finding was there is insufficient evidence to support this allegation. Councilmember Morales was unable to demonstrate that Councilmember Resendez's remarks during their meeting had any connection to her physical or general well-being, or if they were solely political in nature. The conversation Councilmember Morales described generally sounded like political positioning and overtures. Moreover, there was a lack of independent evidence corroborating Councilmember Morales' allegation. Allegation number 2 was Councilmember Resendez followed Councilmember Morales to her vehicle and attempted to engage in conversation in an aggressive and confrontational manner. The finding was based upon the preponderance of the evidence standard. The investigator found that this incident did not occur as Councilmember Morales reported because the video evidence does not support Councilmember Morales' account of the events. Instead, the video shows that Councilmember Resendez appeared to be at a reasonable distance from Councilmember Morales and that Councilmember Morales had an unobstructed path to her vehicle. Allegation number 3, during City Council meeting break, Councilmember Resendez approached Councilmember Morales and invaded her personal space, quote, towered over, close quote, her, raised her voice and positioned his face merely 2 or 3 inches from hers. Though unable to recall the exact content of Councilmember Resendez's words, Councilmember Morales found them to be demeaning, disgusting, and inappropriate, and included calling her sweetheart. Finding, based upon the preponderance of the evidence standard, the investigator found that this allegation did occur as reported because an independent witness account closely matched that of Councilmember Morales. Allegation number 4, during a second City Council meeting break, Councilmember Resendez approached Councilmember Morales from behind and got so close to her that he effectively blocked her movement in any direction due to his much larger size and close proximity. Councilmember Resendez also brought his face close enough to Councilmember Morales to cause discomfort and yelled at her in a confrontational manner. based upon a preponderance of the evidence standard, the investigator found that this allegation did occur as reported because two independent witness accounts closely matched that of Councilmember Morales. So what you have before you is your council code of conduct. I recommend that you make, if you are going to take any action at all, that it be based on the council code of conduct before it was revised, and that is because these allegations arose last August, and the council revisions to the code of conduct didn't happen until 2024. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right, do we have any questions from council? Anything? Do you have any questions?
I have questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. This morning, City Attorney, hello, I met with you and we went over the report in its entirety. Was that offered to everybody on the council?
Yes, and it's an attorney-client privilege document.
Okay, so who met with you and who didn't meet with you? Is that also attorney-client privilege?
No, I didn't discuss anything with any council members at these meetings, so it was the mayor and then you, Vice Mayor Roland Resendez, reviewed the report. That is, again, attorney-client privileged.
Thank you. Are we allowed to release this report to the public so that they can get it, read it in its entirety?
Only upon a waiver of the attorney-client privilege.
Okay. And it's true that I can request that report be released to the public if the council so chooses to support me in that?
So are you making a motion to waive the attorney-client privilege?
When it's appropriate, I'd like to, yes.
Now would be an appropriate time.
Okay, I'd like to make that motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of second.
Thank you. As far as the police report and the actual video that shows these incidents, is that attorney-client privilege as well, or is that open to public record?
Those are public records.
Thank you. And then I would say the preponderance of evidence standard, what is that exactly?
More likely than not.
And is this based on independent evidence, or is it based on other witnesses corroborating stories in these two incidences?
So this is based off of an independent investigation as ordered by the risk manager.
Very good. Is the investigator here for us to ask that question?
No.
Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk? And if so, how many?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we currently have 9 speakers, and then it looks like at least 2 others on Zoom.
Okay. Given the number of speakers, we're going to limit talk to 2 minutes per speaker.
The first speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, to be followed by Bella Rosales.
Good evening. Sorry that this is the subject that we have to be talking about today. I've been reading a book that I recommend actually all people in government and all people in police agencies read. It's called Corruptible: Who Gets Power and How It Changes Us by Brian Klass. Some of you may have known the famous Zimbardo experiment about college students in prisons. I recommend people read more about that as well. It's clear, and I spent 20 years working in the prison system, that when people are given power, they often abuse that power. Really common. The wrong people get attracted to power, and power generally makes them worse. That's what the research shows. Not everybody, but many people. It's clear to me that there's an effort to essentially silence people that you don't like to hear from, who represent their community. And I think it's a sad thing that resources for this city are being used in such a manner. I think it basically discredits your group, and I think you should actually think about putting this aside. So I'm going to end with a quote from Joseph Nye Welch, the attorney of the Army McCarthy hearings, who said at the end of it, the end of a long period of time, of really a terrible period in American history, He said, "At long last, have you left no sense of decency?" Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, to be followed by Catherine Sanchez.
Hi, Council. My name is Bea Rosales, and I'm honestly appalled at what we heard today. 2 of the allegations were found to be untrue, which means Councilmember Morales was not being truthful. The fact that Vice Mayor Resendez is being accused of things that he did not do is completely unacceptable and inexcusable. For you to lie to the police and place false charges on someone is frankly disgraceful behavior and not befitting of city officials, and not to mention highly illegal. I don't think this should move forward. And I also just want to say that, Roland, I'm sorry that you have to go through this. It must be really difficult, and we're here for you. Thanks.
The next public speaker is Catherine Sanchez, to be followed by Mary Shaw Corin.
My name is Catherine Sanchez. I live in District 1. And dignity, respect, fairness, opportunity, that's important at workplace. And what I'm hearing here, it's not treating the victim or the accused with dignity or respect. It's not fair. I distrust the investigation. Why do I distrust the investigation? I can't see it. There is no document in the agenda. It's attorney-client privilege. There was a opportunity, perhaps, I don't know who the witnesses were, but if the witnesses were amongst you, you could have taken command and led and admonished and said those actions, the words are inappropriate, and that would have sent a signal, and that would have been the end of it. Instead, we're here taking time that is not helping me have confidence in the council. And I echo the earlier speaker's words. I apologize, Roland, that you have to go through this as a member of the council. This is not dignified. This is not the appropriate way to handle it. Leader, take command when you hear something, any of you. If you don't know how to do that, get some training and send the immediate message that you're not going to tolerate demeaning language or inappropriate actions by other council members. Instead, we have this political theater, bad theater.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw Corin, to be followed by Fallon Greig.
I agree with the previous speaker. It's really unfortunate that this is happening. I think that some of you ran for office saying that you would improve the sort of treatment of each other and not have kind of a circus, and I think you have a circus right now. I was disappointed to hear that you don't want the allegations, or, you know, Roland had asked that the report be made public, and I don't know why you don't want to make it public. Maybe you don't want people in the public to know what those allegations were. The fact that 2 of them were dismissed, specifically, it sounded like the one that was on a TV camera. The videos show that Councilmember Dolores Morales lied about the allegations. Perhaps she's lying about the other ones. And I would like to know who the other witnesses were. If they were other witnesses that are kind of Roland's political enemies, then how could that be true? And also, has the Brown Act been violated if there are other people who are corroborating what Dolores Morales said? In any case, there's a lot of questions here I have about these allegations. I think it's also sad that so much time is being spent on harassing Roland Resendez. It's like a witch hunt right now. And I don't think that this is what the city council should be like. I think that there was a lot of talk last time when in the previous city council that people should be acting, with a better, relationship, working together. This is not happening right now. You folks are trying to divide each other instead of working to solve the problems of the city. The city has, a lot of issues to deal with. You should be spending your time on those issues, not harassing Roland. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Fallon Greig, followed by Devin Pack.
Good evening. My name's Fallon Greig, and I would just like to say I am in total agreement with the previous speakers. Roland has done a fabulous job representing his constituents. He is a person that I admire and respect, and I see him giving so much back to the community. He is always visible when there is a problem, an emergency. He is engaging with the public and his constituents, and I am proud to stand as his friend and support him. And I just find that when you attack him and you don't like what he has to say and you don't know how to deal with it, so you attack him and you're censoring him and you're fining him and you're doing all these things that you think will hurt him, which does hurt him. But we as a community see you doing this, and to us it makes him stronger and somebody that we can look up to even more. I'm appalled by the way that you have treated him because you don't like what he stands for.
The next public speaker is Devin Pack, to be followed by Rod Smalley, I believe. Devin Pack. Okay. Rod Smalley. Sorry if that's not what it says. Is that correct? Okay.
City Council, thank you. This is a shame. Okay? And what I mean by a shame, HR says it's not in the eyes of you, them, the attorneys, it's in her eyes how she was treated. Nothing else but her eyes. You look at any HR, company, city council, county, government, big government, it's not my eyes, it's not your eyes, it's her eyes. It's not a lie. Okay? If somebody feels that way, they reported it, you need to take action. Young lady, you said there was 3 eyewitnesses. Why would you ask their names? Why would you ask for that? They came forward.
Can you address the council, sir?
They came forward to you. I'm sorry, young lady. I just hear remarks behind me. They came forward to you all, to your HR. Follow what your HR protocol is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
The next public speaker is Claudia Rossi, to be followed by Martin Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Rossi. Today I'm not directing my comments to the councilman that has given himself license to engage in toxic bullying behavior, which includes following a colleague to a car. And as any woman knows, when somebody who is toxic, who has animosity toward you, follows you to your car, that is a menacing situation. And I challenge anyone who's experienced that to tell me that that is not some form of aggression. Following her to her car, directing demeaning language at her. Such an individual is not likely to be moved by the indignation that so many of us feel. I respectfully address the rest of you, his colleagues, to urge you to employ every tool at your disposal, not only to publicly condemn his obvious contempt for female colleagues, but to explore whether you can recommend consultation with a professional that could give him tools to control his aggressive and demeaning behavior. You have before you sustained and substantiated evidence of repeated toxic behavior toward your colleague. I urge you to rise to the urgency of this moment to collectively say to the community you serve, not on my watch. I will not be complicit. And also say to the sisters, daughters, nieces, and mothers in your life that you cast a vote to create public spaces that respect, value, and support the presence and the voices of women, even when they don't agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Martin Gonzalez, to be followed by David Beanie.
Hi. And I want to ask a couple questions only. Okay. I have a couple, 3 or 4 or 5 meetings to come in to this place. In every meeting that I come in, he complain by you by him by here, or you by somebody. Complain every time. Where do you know working together for the city, for the people in the city? I don't need to come into the meetings every time to complain, one for her, one for, this for him, this for the other one, whatever. Where you know working together, but the people give you the votes for stay in this area. You stay there for the people, for half of the people in the city, not for the complaint for the other one, or say the roll. You want to take a roll it out to the county, whatever, or the city, whatever, and he started helping to the peoples for the good rules in the city, for the sewer, for the water, for the big things they have in the city. This guy started help. What happened? What happened to him? So, I don't understand where you complain one to other one. Where you play, or you complain, or you fighting for the money? No. You stay there for the help of the people in the city, not for the you stay fighting every time. Come on. They need help. The people need help. No need to stay you fighting every time. So he told me something. Sorry.
Thank you.
Pero I don't know.
The next public speaker is David Beanie, to be followed by Carly Robles.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, members of the council. I'm here representing the members of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. And many of our 35,000 members live and work right here in Hollister. And as I've said before, we are your friends and neighbors. First, I want to say that decent, reasonable people empathize that Councilmember Morales has been subject to vile, intimidating, and deplorable behavior, including being called names from the dais. Good people do care about how others are treated. And I'm here to share with you again that our members want this city council to have an environment where good public servants volunteering their time can govern the city without fear of being called names, either publicly or privately, without bullying, and without intimidation. Being an elected official does not give someone free rein to treat others with abusive conduct, name calling, physical or verbal intimidation, or bullying. Members of the City Council should be modeling mature adult behavior rather than exhibiting that of a playground bully. Behavior likely to menace, domineer, threaten, coerce, or intimidate others does not belong on our City Council, doesn't belong on our city streets, and it doesn't belong in our schools. I urge the City Council to reprimand any City Council member who intimidates or bullies, and I urge you to enforce the Code of Conduct so that we can focus on the business of this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, to be followed by John Robles.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I just saw the timer hadn't start. So I just want to start out by saying cameras don't lie. Dolores lies. I watched the video. You walk out together. Roland is in front of you. He really doesn't come within 3 feet of you. If anything, Dolores, you were walking after him. That is a blatant lie. It's none of this, oh, she's a woman, we have to protect her, we have to believe her. You know who you believe? You believe the camera. That's what the investigation found, for a good reason. The other counts that you will not release to the public, how do we know what happened? Who was this independent investigator? I think the public deserves to know what happened. I think you are violating the Brown Act. And your collaborators are Rick Perez and the mayor. 3 people together who do not like Roland come together and say, he's done this to me, he's done this to me. And you just keep throwing things at him until something sticks. It's just lies. Dolores, you are despicable, you're disgusting. You changed the time of the meeting purposely during Roland's education. And not only by doing that, you didn't take into account staff. You didn't care what their schedule was like. You didn't discuss that with them. You discussed previous times and previous days, but all of a sudden, Tuesday at 4 o'clock worked for you. It couldn't be a Monday, no, it had to be a Tuesday, because that's when Roland is getting his higher education. So you need to work on yourself, Dolores, and Mia and Rick Perez, and stop your lies. Lies, lies, lies.
The next public speaker is John Robles, to be followed by Nelda Escamilla.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. Since my first commentary last year, it's been my position that the mayor and at least 2 of the council members have engaged in a most perverse agenda to remove Councilman Resendez from his post in the interest of being able to fast track unbridled development. And I think at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. I have to say, if you filed a false police report, if you did, that's a very serious matter. I've seen people get charged with felonies with this kind of stuff. It's for this reason, and I say this with great sincerity and great seriousness, I am calling for the resignations of council members Rosales, Perez, as well as you too, Mayor Casey. And it's my opinion, and from a political standpoint, that you should do this as soon as possible while you still have dignity. That's all I have to say tonight. I'm sure there'll be more to say at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Nelda Escamilla, followed by Leslie Austin. You're not speaking? Okay. The next public speaker is Leslie Austin.
Good evening. I am Leslie Austin. I'm a resident of San Benito County. I want to say that tonight's discussion also deeply troubles me. With 18 years of personal experience in a home marked by abuse, I think I understand more than most the seriousness of the allegations against Vice Mayor Resendez. It's hard for me to ignore the 3 independent accounts that corroborate Councilmember Morales' accusations. I think that it demands a resolute response from this council, frankly, to uphold the City Council's integrity and our community's trust. My experience with Councilmember Morales, both in watching her at City Council meetings and also in the work that we do at the Central Committee, I see her as a person who shows remarkable courage. The fact that she's bringing these issues up so that the public can, publicly humiliate her is just tremendous courage. I think that she exemplifies, frankly, community values that are important to me. I think bullying and harassment really have no place in democratic debate or in our council's chambers. I think this behavior not only obstructs progress, but it undermines the public trust. I urge you to unequivocally denounce bullying and harassment and foster a culture of respect and dignity within the council. I want to say to Councilmember Morales, your strength in confronting these challenges is commendable. I think your integrity shines through, and I appreciate your courage. And to the council, thank you for addressing this through the code of conduct and moving the Hollister community forward in a positive way.
Thank you. And those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, so let's bring it back for discussion, deliberation. Do we have any comments? Councilmember Burns, any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is either my third or fourth iteration of being on the city council, and there has been a commitment to improve conduct through the code of conduct, and it's been amended. I suppose it could continue to be amended. Because this behavior occurred prior to the most recent amendment, I'm not clear that there is really any thing further for this council to take as a result of it. I would not apply, as the city attorney suggested, the new ordinance to conduct that happened prior to it. But I will also say during the 3.5 years I've been on council with the different iterations, there seems to be one constant thread to all of the complaints. And I can go back 4 years or so with prior council members that have made like complaints. And sadly, council member, Vice Mayor Resendez has always been part of that process. And I don't know what the fix is, but I have zero appetite. I have no patience for this kind of conduct to continue. I have no clue how many tens of thousands of dollars have been spent on bad behavior. And at the end of the day, people are going to have to fix themselves because the code won't fix them. The behavior is unacceptable, and I'm just fed up with it. And I just think we have far more important things to deal with, but yet this is a reoccurring thing. I don't know how many complaints have been investigated since I've been on council, but the time has come for this to stop and for all of us to behave like adults and mature adults. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, my voice. Councilmember Perez, do you have any comments?
I got a couple. It is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. You know, we're not trying to silence anybody. This is about having a voice. She has a voice. Everyone has a voice. This is about a person's behavior. Nothing more. Nothing less. That's all it is. So out of these allegations, two good, two no good, I noticed that the people that are for him just talk about all the bad the stuff that didn't happen. But what about the stuff that did? You know? And not only that one, but before that. And before that, and before that, and then before that, and then what happened at the bank? What year was that? You know, it's like so many different things, and there's still more to come because he is not willing to change his behavior. It's unfortunate. You talk about working together. There's 4 of us wanting to work with him. He doesn't want to work with us. We can only do what we can do. Common denominator. What's the common denominator? Yeah, it's the repeat offender. He's always talking about my 79. I did mine. We're
No
talking about
comments,
his
please.
repeat offenses.
Councilmember Morales.
Well, obviously it's really challenging to be up here being the topic of discussion. So I want to say thank you for those who spoke and provided what they had to say. Appreciate your time and energy in being here. Earlier today, we had a group of young people listening to the mayor talk about, you know, what does it take to be here on the dais and part of being city council. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of people will not run for office who have tremendous skill sets and a lot of, wonderful things and visions that they want to see for the city of Hollister. And unfortunately, it's these situations that will deter a lot of wonderful young minds from even serving for their community. I can't say that this is not hard. This is very challenging for me to speak about it. I would never have, brought these things forward, but I have to think about not only the position here, but the future. And the young women that are sitting there, or the young men that are sitting there wanting to serve for their community. I saw it when I moved to Hollister, Marty, Honor Spencer. I've seen people here on the dais next to me, my colleagues, who have to deal with this type of behavior. And we will not have people serving if this behavior is not addressed. And so that's why I brought these issues forward. And it is based on how I feel. So thank you, Rod, for that, because I think that is key. If somebody does not feel comfortable and safe, then, you can have whatever circumstances, but the situation is challenging. I know that there's a lot of community members that have been targeted as well. It is not easy to say and ask for things to be investigated, but it is necessary. And so whatever the council decide, I understand that we're in a very interesting situation. I do appreciate the people that spoke, and thank you for your kind words.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything to add. Really, it's having 4 different allegations. 2 of them weren't sustainable because there wasn't enough corroborating evidence. It doesn't mean that it was true, not true. It simply means it couldn't be sustained. But there were 2 very sustainable allegations of someone being treated in a way that no one should be treated. And for me, if there's even one instance, then we have to deal with it. People need to feel safe here. They need to feel like they are not targeted and bullied. As Councilmember Morales said, it's difficult for anyone to want to come and run for office if you're targeted in this way and everything becomes political. I agree with Councilmember Burns. We're wasting so much time on bad behavior, and frankly, we've got a lot of business to do, and that's what I'd like to focus on. But here we are, and for me, as the chair, trying to make a recommendation, as we said, these instances actually took place like a year ago. It's not something that just happened. There had to be an investigation. It took quite a while. So we're here now, but at the time these events occurred, we had an older code of conduct, and we are going to go by that code of conduct. Basically, we don't have a lot of options because we've gone through them all with the council member in question. But what I would recommend at this point is to do another censure, disavowing, which is censure, please be clear on this, is not censorship. Censure means that this council does not agree with the behaviors of the council member in question, and we are distancing ourselves from that kind of behavior. That's what a censure is, a written statement to that effect. And that would be my recommendation. I would also like to request, and the council can give their consensus on this or not, but I'd like to request harassment training for Councilmember Resendez. And that's my thoughts on it. And do you have any thoughts? Are you in agreement, non-agreement?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman
I'd
Vice
like
Mayor.
to speak, please.
Can't quite hear you, sorry.
I'd like to speak, please.
Okay, sure. Why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. So a couple of things. Number one, the people who all spoke in favor of Councilmember Morales are politically aligned with her. They have a vested financial interest. David Beanie is with the Building Trades Council. During her campaign, she was given PAC money from them, and they had about $9 million in their account at the time.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, we're talking about you right now, not about speakers who've come to the podium or have spoken tonight. If we could leave them out of this, please.
Thank you. Ms. Rossi had said that I followed Councilmember Morales to her car. That was disproven by the report that showed the video. If you watch the video, She stopped and talked to me and followed me to my car. She said that I blocked her from getting into her car. I was never near her car. There was a parking space between her car and mine. She proceeded to follow me. She proceeded to speak to me. And she stated to the police and to the investigator that I blocked her from getting into her car. That's why it was not founded. She's not a credible witness. She's lying. The other thing that didn't happen is you don't release the complete report to the public. The public has a right to see that report, because when they read the report, they will see that Councilmember Morales cooperated with 2 other people on the dais and lied about what happened. Completely made up lies. That also can be proven by facts and the video. Because you don't release it to the public and it's protected by attorney-client privilege, I'm not allowed to speak about it at this time. But you are opening up the city to liabilities for lying. This is another attempt to personally attack me. This is nothing but politics, trying to slander, yes, trying to silence me. Mia and Rick are the witnesses. And Councilmember Burns was interviewed by the police. Councilmember Burns, who is a retired police officer, including the police, said this did not arise to a level of harassment. It's in the police report. The video also corroborated my side of the story that I'm telling you right now. Facts are facts. And this is not the first time Councilmember Morales or Councilmember Perez or the Mayor Mia Casey has lied and been caught in lies. You can sit there and you can censure me time and time again, and I've said that. I'm going to continue to stand up. I'm going to continue to be honest. And I'm going to continue to serve my constituents the best that I know how. And in the long run, everything that's done in the dark will come to the light. I know that for a fact. And I also want to thank the community members who came out to speak on my behalf, because they do that voluntarily. I did not ask them to come out and speak on my behalf. That's the difference between me and the way that I serve my community and the people that are up there lying are serving theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so what is the will of the council as far as moving forward?
If the only thing we can do is to censor him, then censor him. This behavior has to stop. It's ridiculous.
Is there agreement? No, please don't interact. And please, no comments from the audience. Thank you. Council member, please. All right. What is the consensus? Do we have agreement to do a censure? I need direction here.
Mayor, I can't support it simply because this has been a familiar path. It's happened at least 2 or 3 times. I just see no purpose in it. It just continues to keep the problem at the forefront. I want to move past it. I believe that there is a police report. I believe there are alternatives. I believe there are options that need to be resolved between the parties. And I don't think that it needs to move forward any further than it already has. We're already talking about something that's happened, I'm assuming, 8 or 10 months or so ago. And frankly, it just seems like an exercise in futility from my standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. What are your thoughts? Councilmember Morales.
I support your recommendation.
All right, so I think we have 3 in favor of censure. And again, it's just a request, but I'd like to see harassment training by the vice mayor. So that's our direction.
If I can make another comment, or are we done?
I think we've just
Okay.
made consensus, unless you had something to add to that discussion.
Yeah, that discussion, it's like, so I just, so what, we're gonna choose not to enforce any of our code of conduct rules? It's just, why did we even do the code of conduct rules if we're not gonna enforce them? I mean, they have no teeth to it, so, but at least we should enforce them. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
So Mayor, you have consensus for a censure resolution, which can be brought back at the next meeting, but I didn't hear consensus for the harassment training.
Do we have consensus?
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Remind me, I thought that was a mandated training that all council members do every other year, or is it every year?
So it's every 2 years,
It's every
yes.
other year, right.
Mhm. And you did require that another council member go through that training as well recently.
So what's the purpose again? I mean, I'm really frustrated, and Councilmember Perez, I don't disagree with you about the process, but up until the most recent revision, the ordinance really was a good faith ordinance. But because this conduct occurred prior to the revision, again, I mean, it's a statement, but there's no real consequence. For behavior moving forward, I believe there is truly a real consequence, whether it be fines, and maybe we get to that point. I certainly hope we don't, but I think the council has taken the corrective action to prevent problems that are occurring in the future since the ordinance was revised, but it just seems like we spin like out of control on this stuff, and at the end of the day, we all have some ownership for this. And so, anyway, I don't disagree with you. I see no. It seems like it's a futile exercise to me. And the harassment training, I don't even know that. Is it even really within our purviews to require that again? And frankly,
You did require it of another council member.
Right, and so for somebody to sit through it for 2 hours, it's not like, as I recall, there's not really a test. It's kind of like.
No, I do not give a test at the end.
I didn't think so. I'm sure I would have probably been challenged had you done
What's
so.
the cost of that?
But I think there are other ways to resolve this that won't take up the public's time, that will be more beneficial and effective. And I'll be quiet. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Did you have anything further? No. I understand, Councilmember Burns, what you're saying, and frankly, I'd rather just forget about it as well. But I also feel like, as a council, we have a duty to say something. If someone is being intimidated or someone is being bullied, to just say, it's not going to do any good. Let's not censure them and say this is not okay. And as far as I'm concerned, I think we have to do it. Whether I want to do it or not, I feel like it's necessary, and so that's just my 2 cents. So I think you've got direction to bring it back. All right, so I think we're going to move on to special orders of the day. We have a Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. Is somebody here to receive that? Is that going to be, yay, okay. Okay. I know, it is a long one. Proclamation honoring July as Park and Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Hollister, and whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas parks and recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote an active lifestyle. And whereas Park and Recreation programming and education activities, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. Whereas Parks and Recreation increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation are essential and adaptable infrastructures that make our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change, and whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Hollister recognizes the benefits of parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim July as Park and Recreation Month. Ooh, that was a mouthful. And I just want to say thank you to Tina and staff for all the hard work and wonderful things you've been doing this past year.
I just want to take this time right now really quickly to introduce our A-team. I have Armando Medina, who's our recreation coordinator, and Raul Gracia, who's also a recreation coordinator. And these, both of our staff, amongst everyone else that's part of our team and our volunteers, have been an integral part of moving the City of Hollister Parks and Recreation Department forward. So thank you, and thank you to our City Council for acknowledging Parks and Recreation Month.
All right, we're going to move on to item 7.2, a presentation by the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, and Council of San Benito County Governments, SBC COG. Can we have the report, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Casey. So Paul's getting the presentation set up, and we have two speakers that will give the presentation this evening. Okay. We have from Caltrans, Terry Thompson, who is our is the project manager for Caltrans for the 156 project. You may remember they provided public comment with some of this information, and we were asked to bring them back for a full presentation. We also have Benu Abraham from the Council of Governments here locally, the executive director. So with that, we'll get ready to pass it over to them.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. My name's Terry Thompson. I'm the project manager for the SR 156 improvement project, and I'm here to talk about the Union Road closure. And I want to thank you for having me back, and hopefully I'll be able to answer all your questions today. So we're going to have an approximately 8-week road closure of Union Road and we're going to provide a detour via San Juan Hollister Road. This detour should occur in mid-July, and it will go for 8 weeks, weather permitting. So with construction, as you know, if it gets too wet, we can't construct. If it gets too hot, we can't construct. So hopefully we'll have some good and mild days in that time frame, and we'll be able to even accelerate the schedule, and maybe we can even finish before the 8-week time period is up. So I wanted to let you know that we have made some modifications to the road closure. So as you see on the image where it says closed, that's the area of the road that will be closed on Union. And what we will do is we'll have traffic going down San Juan Hollister Road. So if you go to the next image. So at the far end of San Juan Hollister Road, if you're looking at the first image, we are putting in a portable four-way signal so we can control the traffic. And then for the next image, if you look, we're going to increase our right-hand turn lane. And some of you who are traveling that route may have seen the construction work in that area where we are making that dedicated right-hand turn have a much longer right-hand turn pocket. And then also we are putting in 2 left-hand turn lanes from 4th Street onto Route 156. So the great thing about this is after we reopen this Union Road, we'll be moving traffic onto the brand new 156 highway. And then there will also be that new roundabout in operation at Bixby Road. So as I said, I'm here to answer the questions that you had last time. So I'm ready to take your questions.
Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, the formal presentation. I appreciate your willingness to do this. Is it my understanding that construction crews will be working more than a traditional Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 type of situation?
They'll be working a traditional Monday through Friday, but they will be working extended hours because they want to take advantage of the good weather and the conditions. So we're trying to get everything done within the Monday through Friday timeframe.
Thank you. And I guess my only other question were, prior to making this decision to have this traffic diversion, were there other alternatives that were considered?
No, what we do is we have a safety team that goes through and they determine the best route based on traffic flow, the best route to redirect the traffic. And this was the route that was available to us.
So the decision was data-driven. It wasn't just an opinion. It was factually arrived at.
Yes, it was data-driven.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments for this, but I believe that there's another part of the presentation.
Okay.
So I have one thing that I wanted to add was, just for your information, we're going to begin our public outreach campaign. We'll have a press release that it's going out on 6/19, which is tomorrow, and we'll have another press release sent out approximately 1 week before the closure. We are distributing flyers to over 200 residents in that area. There is a community off Union Road that only has access in and out of Union Road. It's that community and the communities along San Juan Hollister Road and the part of 156 that is under construction. And that distribution is going to be both in English and in Spanish. And we're also going to put temporary CMS signs out ahead of the road closure to give the people who are traveling that route a chance to see the sign and hopefully reminding them that, yes, we are going to be closing the road. And I believe the other part of the report was going to come from Benu Abraham on the Route 25 project, but we were given only 4 minutes and we would not have enough time to adequately present that information. So we would ask to reschedule that for a different time.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take that under advisement and reschedule. So we have any further questions, deliberation? Are we done? We good? We're good? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to city council. If you're joining via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to, how many speakers do we have for public comment?
We currently have 7 speakers.
7? I think we're going
8
to
speakers. Somebody just popped up.
I think we will stay with our 2-minute maximum. Please note that state law prohibits city council from discussing or taking action on any item that's not on the agenda. Do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey. The first speaker is Bill Mifsud, followed by Giselle Villarreal.
Hi, Council, Madam Mayor, Council members. Amazing what 3 minutes 2 weeks ago did. I got the abandoned vehicles out of the lot. We got the new bike rack in front of our business. We're hoping to get the A-frame back in the same spot because the fire department did come down to our store and code enforcement said the sandwich board and bike rack are unnecessary objects that impede the firefighters if and when the dedicated zone for the fire truck to park during an emergency situation. So the fire department did come down and Fire Marshal Bordello deemed our area not a fire hazard. So we're hoping to get our A-frame back in place. We're going to fight the $500 fine. And I checked the box on the yellow card. I'd like to get some members of the council or the police officer to find out when we fight the fine, who sits on the board? Is it somebody discretionary or is it a code enforcement officer or is it a police officer or just a member of the community? I'd like to find out who sits on that board to get our fine revoked. We also have a problem with graffiti. Big problem with graffiti in Hollister. And it's a lot of he said, she said. We email, we do things, and then code enforcement comes back with the answer. Yet, as a business owner, I was given 15 days, to clean up my business. If not, I had 15 days more to do it. Yet, the properties that I have been emailing and doing about are city properties. And I'm trying to figure out, are we all on the same page? City gets to have their stuff all displayed, and the gang guy gets to see all their stuff, and we have to deal with the blight and the nuisance. So, it's a lot of graffiti, which is just unpleasant. It's unsightly, and there's a lot of we're too busy. I understand we got hit hard, but I have a couple of emails that are 2.5 months in before the town got hit hard. I know the town got hit hard, but we need more enforcement. I think graffiti needs to be taken care of. It just is not uninviting to downtown when you see people inviting their gang colors or whatever it might be. So let's get on the graffiti part and get away from this bike rack A-frame thing. So thank you, council, and hopefully we'll get this resolved. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Giselle Villarreal, followed by Darren Del Curto.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Giselle, and I have been coming to the Briggs building for the past 2 years now to both work and study at Gavilan College. Over these 2 years, I have seen many issues with this parking lot. First off, there's no posted signage such as yield or stop signs or speed limits. I've had classmates get into accidents and as a result had to drop out of their classes. Not only with the issues of signage, but also there's no enforcement of the no loitering signage. There's always teenagers either getting intoxicated or using the garage as a skate park. Last semester, a student and I were harassed and threatened going to our cars and had to be escorted by staff of Gavilan College. I am very grateful for her, but it was not her job to risk her life for us. Secondly, the garage has many sanitation issues. I started coming into this garage since January 2022, and one thing I've always noticed is how dirty it was. The stairs, the elevators, the garage has animal droppings, litter, and graffiti all over it, not to mention the foul odors. 2 years later, and no changes have been made other than painting over graffiti. It's gotten to the point where I've heard students say they don't want to study in Hollister because of how dirty and trashy it is, which is a shame. Everyone, regardless if they are a student at Gav or not, deserves a clean parking garage and peace of mind that they will be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Darren Del Curto, followed by Robin Pollard.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm representing the Community Foundation and the new mixed-use building on the corner of 4th and Main. We have a beautiful parking structure. since the last meeting, we've been cleaning the bird droppings every other day in the stairways and in front of the elevators, because it's really disgusting. So I think there's some easy fixes. There's a high-frequency module that could be placed in the elevator areas that can detour the bird droppings. I think that would be helpful. Really inexpensive way to take care of the bird droppings. As far as the sanitation issues, I think we need to take a look at what we could do with that as well. It's a beautiful parking structure. It would be nice to maintain it and have a janitorial service maintain that as well. I'm going to continue cleaning the bird droppings every other day because it is hindering the businesses from, to come to the, to the new building, and it's hindering the potential buyers for the condominiums. We lost one last week because of the bird droppings, and so that's why I took it upon myself to clean the bird droppings every other day. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Robin Pollard, to be followed by Irene Davis. Okay. The next public speaker is Irene Davis, to be followed by Natalie Day.
Good evening. My name is Irene Davis, and I am the board president for Visit San Benito County. And you were nice enough to listen to my presentation 2 weeks ago, and I just wanted to come tonight and say thank you. And we look forward to your support in helping to fund tourism for this next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Natalie Day, to be followed by Billy Avera.
Good evening, everyone on the council. My name is Natalie Day, and I stand before you today to inform the council that the Hollister Animal Shelter is in debt to SNP in the amount of $16,000. All clinics moving forward have been canceled, and there's no way to honor the contract due to lack of payment. If any other city department was over 90 days late paying bills, I'm sure there would be some repercussion. Yet, here we are. It is common knowledge that the shelter provides no services for cats, and as rescues, we have tried as best we can to pick up their slack. Without services to fix them, our hands are tied. TNR, Trap, Neuter, Return, is the most effective when carried out consistently and aggressively. Two things that have not happened here since the inception of these clinics. Intermittent service or no services does exponential damage to the work we have accomplished. The cats don't wait until the shelter figures it out. They keep breeding, and without any help from the Hollister staff, the task is nearly insurmountable. I respectfully ask the council to remove the funding from the AC budget as it's not working out. Per the contract, we're supposed to have 2 more clinics by the end of this month, and we got 0. I believe the council has the ability to sort this out. We are anxiously waiting for services to be restored so we can resume helping these vulnerable animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Billy Avera, to be followed by Carly Robles.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today, I've received a text from, not from KION, but there was a text that linked me to a KION article on their web page that was related to the fire contract with San Juan Bautista. I'm not going to talk about that because you have an item later tonight. But in that article, and it wasn't a direct quote, but there was an insinuation by Councilman Resendez that the city has mismanaged funds. And I just want to remind Councilman Resendez that he is part of the city. And I'll stick up for this staff and this council all day long to say that there's not mismanaging of funds going on in this particular city. So. But I would like to also point out that when I left in 2019, our general fund budget was $25 million and it was balanced. We have little awards on the back wall there. And now you're looking at one that's almost $50 million in general fund. So there has been a huge increase in the amount of spending, but I'm assuming that with labor negotiations and everything else that goes on, costs are obviously going up. But I just want Roland to remember that his decisions here matter. And he can't be pointing fingers at everybody else when he's up there making decisions. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, to be followed by John Robles.
Hello, I wanted to just thank the Hollister Guardians for continuing to spread the truth. I got a new flyer in the mail, and it gave some more information that I find to be very interesting, that the campaign donation limit has been raised from $250 to $5,500. This is a somewhat small town. Who has $5,500 to run for office unless you're being backed by some big money, some big developers? The average citizen is not going to be able to run anymore, and I think that's very unfair. And you want to increase your term from 2 years to 4 years, Mayor, or just the mayor term in general. When I don't think that's a good idea, because when you came into office, I believe there was $14 million in the fund. And now I've heard you're in the red. You've spent all that money. And talking about money being mismanaged, the $3.6 million office space that was unused, that was bought by the hospital, that's a waste of money. And you did give yourself 105% pay raise, which Roland voted no on, but you decided that you guys deserve 105% raise even though we're in the red. And you can travel and within 2 months meet your limit. So what do you do once you meet your limit? You just double it. And I was there at the meeting when you gave $800,000 away to the developers, when even Burns said that the developers could pay for it, but no, you wanted to pay for it. So I don't think you've done a very good job. I think the Hollister Guardians are doing a great job spreading the truth. Benito Link is very bad at fact checking, considering Robert Ellison is your friend.
The next public speaker is John Robles.
All right, good evening again. I'm going to go ahead and layer on what Carly just said. Mayor, prior to you taking office, this city was looking at a $14 million surplus, and I spoke a little bit about that last year, and got a perplexed look on your face. And as Carly indicated, now the city's in the red, I should say. Some of this problem is a result of giving developers massive concessions on things such as impact fees. Then there was the blunderous and wasteful expenditure of nearly $800,000 to revise a general plan, clearly to appease the hands that feed you, also known as the developers. As a result, I've arrived at two possible conclusions, and I include a few of you on this council. Either you're fiscally irresponsible or you're on the take. There ain't no in between. It's either A or B, 1 or 2, paper or plastic. A lot more is to come on that, but in the meantime, that onion's getting peeled back, and there's going to be a lot of exposure, I would guess, over the next several months. That's all I have to say. I wish everybody a good night.
Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers for this item.
Thank you.
City Attorney, I have a question.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. The retired city manager just came up and accused me of being part of the city, but I wanted to respond and remind him, if I can, City Attorney, I voted 4-1 against last year's budget.
Do this back and
Yeah, so the appropriate time, if you have an item to come back before council, would be during your council comments.
I thought that I had a right to respond and let him know that I didn't support the budget last year because of everything that was just said by the public speakers.
There really shouldn't be back and forth. Council can't take any action on this item. There can be brief direction for staff during this period, but any back and forth leads to what should really be an agendized item.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to then move on to consent agenda. Do any members of the council have any brief questions or comments on items from the consent agenda? Councilmember Burns, do you?
I do, Mayor. I have a question in regards to item 9.7, and I'd like to talk a little bit about 9.8 as well. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor?
thanks. I'd like to pull 9.10 and 9.26.
Nine 9.10 and 9.26, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And Councilmember Burns, you were going to ask a question on one item, but not pull it, or you're?
Yes, no, I just have a question on 9.7.
Okay, did you want to ask your question?
More than happy to. And I believe it may have been answered later, but I just wanted clarity. As we're talking about the study for the airport, we're going to work with, as I recall, 3 other airports moving forward with that. And I just wanted to understand that better. I think in my review, it made perfect sense. However, I was unclear why Watsonville was selected as the lead airport, given the fact that Salinas seems to have a far more active airport, as I understand it.
Yeah, so Mayor, I just recommend you go ahead and pull this item for discussion. It's,
Okay. So that
Okay,
was
sorry.
That's okay,
9.7.
that's okay.
Fine. Trying to make it easy,
What
but
was the other item that you had, Councilmember Burns?
9.8.
9.8. All right, so can I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items 9.7, 9.8, 9.10, and 9.26?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, we have to do a roll call vote. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, give me just a moment. Okay, so Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're going to move to item 9.7, a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding for cooperative procurement for professional services to complete an airport economic impact study for the Hollister Municipal Airport. Could we get a report?
Good evening, council and members of the public. Jeff Kresher, the airport director. So the item before you tonight is a cooperative procurement process for cooperation between Hollister, Salinas, Marina, and Watsonville. So in the procurement, the lead agency, or the lead, basically the lead agency in the cooperative procurement process was going to be Watsonville, mainly because they had gone through a procurement several years ago for something similar back in like 2016. So, and based on staffing level, they felt that they could help shepherd the information in that sense. So it was not, each agency is going to get very individualized reports. So it has nothing to do with the quality of report we would be getting. It's merely just a moving through the procurement process.
Thank you for the clarification, Director. I appreciate it. That's my only question.
Any other questions, or do we have any public comment on this?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, then can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
All right, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales, Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 9.8, resolution amending the conflict of interest code. Was that you also, Councilmember Burns?
Yes, it was.
Can we get a report on that?
This is City Clerk Jennifer Woodworth. This is the biennial update to the city's conflict of interest code. This is what is required by the Fair Political Practices Commission. So we worked with the city attorney's office to identify those positions that should be filing Form 700s, as you're all very familiar with. And so this is the update as they recommended.
Any questions?
I do. So I went through the list. I checked it twice. I'm going to quit at that point.
I'm giving you a Santa hat, sorry.
But I was curious. I noticed I was curious what the criteria are to determine who gets put on the list. And I noticed, or at least I didn't observe, where our fire marshal is on the list or our fire inspectors, if I saw the list correctly. And perhaps I missed that, but I wanted to ask those two questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give you a very brief answer on the first part, and then I'll turn to the city attorney. The brief answer of who is included is who can bind the city financially. And so those members of staff who can make financial decisions and enter into contracts and things like that, that is who is included. That's one of the reasons that we pulled off some of the commissions, because they don't have that power. Specific to those two positions, I'll refer to the city attorney and why they may not have included them. And I believe you can if you want to.
Yeah, so it's my understanding they don't make those decisions. They don't bind the city financially. So Government Code Section 87200 requires that elected and public officials who make or participate in the making of governmental decisions file, and then those who bind the city financially. So your city manager.
So I guess, oh, go ahead.
No, and I think past practice has been that the fire marshal has. I just received confirmation as well, and so that may have been under the battalion chief classification. So if it's something that the council would feel comfortable, I'd look to the city attorney.
Yeah, there's nothing saying you can't add them to it and make it a requirement. So you could approve this item with that addition. That would be fine as well.
Thank you. I would make that recommendation for council's consideration.
Okay, any other questions, or do we have any public comment on this?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, so you had a suggestion. Did you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'd make a motion to approve with the addition of the fire marshal being added to the 700 club.
Second.
All right, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Moving on to item 9.10, a resolution approving a First Amendment of the Development Impact Fee Agreement with Del Curto Brothers Construction Company, Inc. to defer impact fees of the 400 block project. Do we have a report on that?
Yes, thank you. So at your last meeting, we did receive direction to come back with an amendment to the agreement. And so what this is doing is adding an additional 8 months on to the deferral of the payment of the impact fees as each of the units are being sold at the 400 block. That new expiration date would be March 17th of 2025. Staff also received direction to include interest on those. So what we have done is we have added 4.332, which was the May local agency investment fund interest rate, to each of those fees as they are paid. And that is what the document before you reflects.
Okay, I believe, Vice Mayor, you pulled this. Did you have questions?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions, just a general comment when the time is appropriate.
Okay. Do we have any other questions, or Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So if this council approves this on a month, I don't know if it's available on a monthly basis, but what approximately would that 4.3% generate in interest income to the city?
So because of the way that it's being added on, we're not compounding it monthly or annually. So at the original balance was roughly, and I could pull it up, was just shy of 800,000. And so you're looking at, half of that is 40,000, or 10% of that's 80,000, so 5 is 40, so it's right in there.
Okay, so I think it's important to recognize this is not a gift. There's a cost for the delay, and so I just wanted to bring that up, and I have a few other comments when that's appropriate. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and it also takes into consideration that staff's time of processing this. This is different as an over-the-counter transaction, that we have to ensure that folks are tracking it, that finance is aware of it, and that when they are paid at the counter, that staff time that's associated with that is covered as well.
Okay. All right. If we don't have any other questions, is there public comment on this?
Yes, Mayor Casey, the speaker is Darren Del Curto.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Casey and the council members. Yeah, we've closed and sold 4 of the condominiums, paid all the impact fees. I'm bringing in another $48,000 tomorrow. We're closing another condo on Monday, and then the low income component, which is there'll be 4 of them. So there's $170,000 next week. We'll be paying for the 4 low income. So those will be closing in the next 2 weeks. So that'll leave a balance of about 13, I believe. And hopefully we get some buyers that'll purchase those condos, and we'll get all these impact fees paid to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers for this
That's
item.
it for public speakers.
And Mayor, if I may, for a balance of $850,000, which he's already paid some, that at 4.32% is $36,822.
Okay. Vice Mayor, since you pulled this item, do you want to make your comments first, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've made the statement in the past, I can't support giving impact fee, any type of impact fee adjustments to developers other than what we typically do. So I couldn't vote no without pulling it, and that's the reason I pulled it. I can't support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Burns, you said you had some comments.
Of course, Mayor. So number one, it's really not an adjustment. It's just a delay where there's an interest rate that's going to be paid. And maybe we could take the interest that's generated to, the last council meeting, we discussed security of the garage. It sounds like we got some more work to do in maintenance of the garage. Maybe this money could be earmarked for that. So I'm just saying, the price of bird poop isn't free. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are any other comments? All right, then if not, I think we're ready for a roll call vote, please.
We need a motion and a second still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Can I
moved.
get a motion?
Second.
All right. And now can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
Okay, moving on to the last item, I believe it was 9.26. Resolution awarding a contract in the amount of $8,278,106.50 to Mountain Cascade, Inc., and authorizing the execution of the contract and change orders for the 2024 Citywide Roadway Improvement Project, CIP C2404. Do we have a report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council members. Christian Bulis, Associate Engineer. As you mentioned, this is a resolution to award a contract for the 2024 Citywide Roadway Improvement Project. As Council may remember, back in November of 2023, we presented the projects that we're going to be moving forward. June 13, last week, we received the bids. We opened them, and we received one bid from Mountain Cascade in the amount of $8,278,106.50.
Okay. I think, Vice Mayor, you pulled this item. Did you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One question, how many bids did we receive for this project, Christian?
We received a total of 1.
Okay, and then I've got some closing comments when it's appropriate, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Do we have public comment on this item?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, then Vice Mayor, did you want to make your comments?
I do, thank you. First off, thank you, Christian, for the report and pointing out that we only had one bid. I have a major problem with the way that this bid was put out. Because of the new project labor agreement mandate, that only allows certain people to bid for it. So the person that we're giving the bid to is not a local vendor. They are essentially, they can put the cost at whatever they want. In my eyes, I think that we essentially shot ourselves not only in the foot, but in the head by adopting this project labor agreement. It's going to come back to bite us. We could potentially save millions of dollars when we're competitive with private business owners, in particular local business owners. So this is a bad deal for Hollister, and it's a bad deal for the business owners, and that's the reason that I pulled it, and I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Burns?
So confirm for me that there is a PLA attached to this?
Correct.
And for those that are not in your jargon, what's a PLA and what's that mean?
That's the community workforce, so that's essentially what council approved back in February of this year. That essentially requires the contractor and the subcontractors to be part of the union.
And they've agreed to do this, correct?
Correct.
And City Attorney, please confirm for me that we cannot restrict people to local only. Open competitive bidding would be anybody who has the prerequisites to submit a proposal.
That's correct. And then I also want to note for the record that a written comment was received from Paul Bruno regarding this item.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, you do have David Beanie on the line from the Building Trades Council if there's questions of the council regarding the project labor agreements.
Okay, do we have any other questions? And okay, I don't think we have questions. Is there public comment then?
I believe we already took public comment for this item.
We did?
Yes. That was my
I'm sorry. Yes, we did.
Yes, we did get a
I'm
hand raised,
getting
but it was
confused.
after you did
Okay.
public comment.
Got it. All right. So is there any other discussion, or do we want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to approve. Is that okay? Just clarifying. All right. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Definitely.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
Okay. We are. Let's see. How are we doing? Are we okay? Do we need a break at all, or we're good? Okay. All right, let's move on to public hearings. The first public hearing is a zoning ordinance amendment 2023-4 to adopt the Chapter 1736 inclusionary housing ordinance. Do we have a staff report?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Casey and City Council. Eva Kelly, the Planning Manager with the Development Services Department. Tonight is an item you've seen a few times before, and we do have our consultant, Greg Goodfellow with PlaceWorks online to provide a brief presentation, but this is the first reading of our inclusionary housing ordinance zoning amendment, which would adopt Chapter 1736 for an inclusionary housing ordinance into the zoning code. With that, this is a return from our March 18th, 2024 study session that was recently held by the City Council, where they reviewed the draft ordinance, and this is returning for a formal first reading and public hearing on that ordinance. With that, I will turn it over to Greg, if he is online.
Good evening, council members. Is my audio connected?
Yes, Greg, we can hear you.
All right, good evening, everybody. As Eva mentioned, this is an item you've seen before. Very quickly, at the March 18th meeting, you asked to have the inclusionary housing ordinance returned to you for a first read in the same form as it was on March 18th, so there's nothing new here. I have a very quick presentation that I can go through briefly as far as background and what got us here. Next slide, please. Once again, we'll talk about the project background, go through the current ordinance in the form that you have seen it before, it has not changed, and then allow for a council discussion. Okay, going back to 2020 to 2023 at the beginning, as you'll recall, in 2020, that City Council directed staff to develop an inclusionary housing ordinance with a 20% affordability requirement, no alternative compliance options. As a result of that requirement, staff and PlaceWorks developed a financial feasibility analysis to find out how feasible this requirement would be for local development in terms of the local market. It required a local bonus to foster that feasibility. It included an in lieu fee for just rental projects only and no alternative compliance options. In May of 2023, the council provided input stating that the 20-cent requirement could constrain housing development, and therefore we wanted to continue the item until, quote, additional stakeholder community outreach was completed. As a result of that direction from council in May 2023, the city held inclusionary housing ordinance workshop in August, and the community input came in favor of a 15% requirement and the inclusion of at least one alternative compliance option in the ordinance. Next slide. Following that meeting in September of 2023, there was a special city council meeting And the revised draft ordinance based on that community feedback was presented and had the following features. That 20% requirement was reduced to 15%. At least 7% of those would be towards very low income units. At least 5% would go towards very low income or very low units. And at least 3% would go towards very low income, very low or middle income units. The local bonus option was removed, again, because that 20-cent requirement was reduced and therefore the feasibility of the ordinance increased. The ordinance maintained the 10-unit project minimum. The ordinance maintained its applicability to both for sale and rental housing developments. The in lieu fee option was removed at the request of the council, and an alternative compliance option was added, that being the acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units for affordable housing. However, that was not adopted at that time due to the council's desire for more information about alternative compliance options. Next slide. Therefore, March 18th, PlaceWorks presented an overview of the many types of alternative compliance options available in inclusionary housing ordinances, as well as their pros and cons and how they might be tailored to a given civic context. Ultimately, the 15% requirement was revised only in the sense of how it was distributed across income levels. 6% now to very low income, 5% to very low or low, and now 4% to very low, low or middle income. The 10-unit minimum project size was retained. The fact that there is no in lieu fee option was retained. And of course, there are two compliance options, one of them being providing affordable rental units in for sale projects. And this is a required option per the California Government Code. And a same or greater number of very low income, and middle income units per the IH requirement, and the same number of total bedrooms. So if you're going to provide those affordable rental units in a for sale project, you have to comply with the overall IH requirement. And the second alternative compliance option is the acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units. That will require a third-party physical needs and site assessment of any of those existing units. Tenants of any existing units will need relocation assurance and assistance, and the value of that rehabilitation work must be greater than 25% the value of the existing unit. Those three basics of that alternative compliance option. Next slide. So now here we are today. Once again, we're presenting this for a first read per your instructions on March 18th. And to stress one more time, the IHO in front of you is the same as what you last saw on March 18th. The same requirement, the same application to both for sale and rental housing, the same unit minimum, the same lack of a local density bonus, no in lieu fee option, and the same two alternative compliance options. Next slide. That is the end of my presentation.
Okay, let's bring it back for questions. And do we have any questions of council? No? All right, if we don't have any questions, then can we open the public hearing? And do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do have one speaker, Carly Robles.
Hi, I was just wondering what your net profit was for 2023 and why you don't find that you can provide 20% low-income housing, which most counties in California can. And it sounds like you're getting a bonus for providing 15%. I just find that really not in good faith and not good for our county. But our city council majority tends to side with developers, and you're a developer, so you're going to get what you want. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. All right, can we bring it back? Is there any discussion on
Do you want to close the public hearing?
Oh, right, sorry. I'm closing the public hearing. All right, do we have comments?
Yeah, I got a
anything?
comment.
Okay.
So I was present here when all this happened. The reason we actually went up to 20% was because we were trying to get more housing for our very low VL, very low, and our middle income. And you know what? I myself, being new in 2020, was following the lead of my colleagues, and so it's like, so it made sense to me at the time to go up to 20%. In all actuality, it wasn't. So 15% is the way it should be.
Any other comments? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, our planning manager?
Yes.
Titles come and go.
They do. They do.
So I'm hoping for those who are just tuning in or here for the first time, can you talk about the challenge with the 20% threshold versus the 15 and the consequences that could result in that? And then can you talk about how much has our percentage shifted from what we have to, if this council approves this, what will be?
I might ask for clarification on the second part,
Got
but let
you.
me speak to the 20% versus 15. And the initial direction that was received from the council, this came from our general plan update process. It would be financially feasible for development unless this instituted an additional density bonus on top of state law for density bonus. I believe it was between like 12% to, I believe, up to like 45 or 50%,
yeah.
depended on the product proposed. So depended on if it was single family or multifamily condominiums, but there was a range, but all of this was above and beyond the state density bonus, which would also be available to developers. With the reduction in the direction from council after that feasibility analysis was presented along with the ordinance at 20%, we reduced it to 15%, and state law allows a 15% ordinance without a feasibility analysis. So there has not been a revised one prepared. We are, as a city, within our rights to adopt an ordinance at 15 or lower percent without needing to do that separate financial studies.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. So what currently does the city have codified in relation to this?
The city does not have an inclusionary housing ordinance, so we are not able to require any percent or any number of units at an affordable restriction.
So clearly now we have zero, correct?
Correct.
And confirm for me, this is a city requirement, it's not a county requirement.
Yes, this would be a city requirement for new residential development proposed within the city. As Greg mentioned in the presentation, it would be applicable to larger developments, so 10 or more units. So if it was a duplex or something like that, this ordinance would not apply. But at 10 or more units, they would be required to provide 15% of those units at an affordable level.
And so it wouldn't necessarily preclude somebody that resides in the unincorporated areas from applying for one of these units when they become available. Is that correct?
The who can enter into the deed restriction? No. So once the units are built, they'll have a deed restriction recorded upon them, whether they're rental or for sale. And then through our housing coordinator and our housing program, they review eligibility. We do not currently have a preference policy. That's something separately that staff is working on at the council's direction. However, anyone is eligible to apply, and if you meet the income requirements of whatever the restriction is, then you might be eligible to get that unit.
Thanks. And my final question would be, do you know if the county has a similar policy or ordinance?
It is my understanding that they have an ordinance as well, an inclusionary ordinance.
Do you know what percentages
I
they've planned?
believe they're at 15, but please don't quote me on that. I haven't
won't.
looked it up.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other
Just a follow-up.
questions?
So there's never been an inclusionary percentage number, ever?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe the city's ever had an inclusionary ordinance requirement.
Okay, so we'll be the first ones. Awesome, thank you.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Sure, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is politics at best, right? We don't have anything. 15 is better than nothing. It's just a silly little dance. I agree with the comments from the public speaker. 15%, this number is going to benefit the developers, not the community. It's long overdue that we had 20% inclusionary housing ordinance, nothing less. This council has the ability to adopt that, but they're not doing that. Ask yourselves why. And this is the type of planning that gets us into problems later on down the road, just like we're facing now. Thank you, Ms. Kelly, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Okay. So just one point of clarification with you. We were talking about the density bonus, and you were talking about a range of numbers, but I heard up to 56% density bonus was and that's one of the things that gave me pause, that in order to be feasible, like on a 100-unit complex, they'd have to add another 56 units. So I think the result of the financial feasibility study was, no, it's not feasible unless we do this big density bonus. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes,
to
and
say?
56
Okay.
now that you're saying
Just wanted to
that
clarify.
number
Yeah,
does sound
it
correct.
shocked me. That's why I remember that number. So, okay, so that's the only clarification I had. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, we've already had the public hearing for this one.
Oh, duh. Sorry. I swear to God. I'm tired. Sorry. All right. So do we have any other comments at all, or are we?
So moved.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez?
Definitely.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
No.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
And Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 10.2, a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024-25 comprehensive user fee schedule.
Yes.
We have the report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Casey Astorga, the city's Administrative Services Director, and I'll be introducing this item here while the presentation is being pulled up. Just be one moment. Perfect. Thank you very much. So first, we'll introduce the idea of what are user fees. So they are charges made to an individual for a service that is provided by the city, where the services primarily benefit that individual. Also, as a point of clarification, user fees are not taxes. User fees are that cost recovery mechanism that are adopted or amended by the City Council, different from taxes, generally speaking, which are adopted by voters either as a general or specific revenue source. User fees are also not fines. User fees, again, are meant to recover costs for providing the service, where fines are meant as penalties or to defer noncompliance or to encourage compliance in those manners. California cities have discretion under California law to impose fees for services via provisions in both the Constitution and subsequent legislation. And the law does include some direction that a fee may not exceed the estimated and reasonable cost of providing the said service. We also have a series of city policies that guides our decision-making about user fees. There are different cost recovery methodologies that are considered when introducing or amending fees. The community-wide versus specific benefit of any service that's provided, the recipient of that service versus the driver for demand of that service, the effect of pricing on the demand of service, and then the feasibility of collection and recovery of those fees. Using these methodologies, the city then determines low cost recovery, mid cost recovery, or high cost recovery models for various fees. A good example of this is called out in our policy as recreation programs, where the idea of youth, teen, or senior programs are meant to be low cost recovery services. Community-wide programs are mid cost recovery programs, and adult programs are identified as high cost recovery programs. And you'll notice the low and mid cost recovery programs are identified as such because they do have a community-wide benefit for the broader majority of residents in Hollister. Our policy also calls out fees associated with development and review programs, and our policy states that cost recovery should be in the high level for user fees associated with services in planning, building, engineering, and fire categories of our fee schedule. And the policy also states that in most instances, cost recovery for the services listed above should be at 100%. So full cost recovery. Our city policy also discusses enterprise funds, which are listed there: water, sewer, street sweeping, the Briggs Building, and the airport. Our policy states that cost recovery for these enterprise funds shall be set at levels which fully cover all direct costs and indirect costs for those enterprise funds. Our policy also discusses how often to amend or regulate our fee schedule. It discusses a 5-year time frame that the city shall conduct a comprehensive survey every 5 years. That is currently underway through a partner, Wildan Financial Services, and that data will be used at a subsequent conversation presented to City Council for consideration at that point. However, our city policy also states, which is concurrently a best practice, that in the interim, subject to that study being completed, in the interim, we can adjust our fees by a consumer price index, also known as a CPI, and that is what's being recommended tonight. A CPI measures the changes over time in the prices paid by customers or consumers for representative groups of goods and services, and there are different CPIs based on geographic regions throughout the nation. The city tonight is using the San Francisco area CPI, which is being provided by the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics. And this is a snippet of the chart, and you see, I think you can read the red boxes. Those show the 12-month, so essentially year-over-year growth in the previous 3 years, and they're itemized on those 3 bullet points on the bottom left of the slide, showing from April 21 to April 22, CPI increased by 5%. From April 22 to April 23, CPI increased by 4.2%. From April 23 to April 24, CPI increased by 3.8%. In that 3-year period, that is a 13% consumer price increase, index increase. So you see there, and that's the most recent available data. The June data won't be available for another month or so, so that's why we selected those parameters. In tonight's agenda, you have the full draft of the user fee schedule, just a snippet showing there. The draft fee schedule does show options to increase the fees either by a 6%, 8%, 10%, or 12%. You'll see that 12% as the maximum comfort level with staff. You saw the previous slide here showing at a maximum of 13%, also considering how a fee can be calculated, essentially to at maximum 100% cost recovery. That's where staff's recommendation, the comfort level is that maximum of 12%, but certainly looking to council direction on where on that spectrum to land. Certainly council can consider these increases while also complying with the law and our existing city policy. With that, the estimated revenues by increasing at these different levels, the 6% is estimated to generate between $240,000 and $270,000 in new revenue. The 8% increase is estimated to generate $320,000 to $360,000 in new revenue. The 10% increase would estimate a new revenue at between $400,000 and $450,000, and the 12% increase would be between $480,000 and $540,000 in new revenues. Most importantly, that bottom portion of the slide, these are cost recovery efforts, so not necessarily the new revenues to do new things, simply to recover our costs providing these associated services. Tonight, staff's recommendation is for the City Council to hold this public hearing and adopt a resolution for the fiscal year 24-25 comprehensive user fee schedule with an increase based on the consumer price index. And with that footnote of, should we adopt a schedule tonight with any changes, state law requires that it would be effective 60 days after adoption, which would be August 17, 2024. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to the mayor for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Morales, why don't you go first this time?
Thank you, Casey, for the presentation. Can you remind me when we are going to have the fee study come back to council? We were having that, and the reason I ask is because we can't charge more than what we're paying out, so the city as a government organization can profit from the services provided to the residents.
Absolutely. We cannot profit from that. That's where the caveats with state guidance of it must be an estimate and reasonable. So I think based on the CPI as our benchmark, that's staff's comfort level of not to exceed that 12%, giving at least a percentage point of a buffer there. And then to complete the survey that's being conducted by Wildan Financial Services, we're looking at a series of months, certainly within this calendar year is our goal, but probably a few more months before that is done.
Any follow-up? No? Councilmember Burns? Oh, sorry.
So once we have the fee schedule come back, would we be doing adjustments in case those numbers don't align? And then would that be a new public hearing?
Yes, absolutely. Every time we amend the schedule, it would come back for a public hearing, and certainly guidance and consideration from City Council, as well as engaging the public at the same time.
Is this one hearing or two?
It would be, I believe, one.
Okay.
Councilman Burns.
Thank you. So you talked about the different units, and you talked about building and planning. What I didn't see was anything about code enforcement, and I know they're currently embedded in the police department, but I do know that they generate fines, and I do know that they should be charging fees. So what about code enforcement?
I believe there are a series of fees associated with the police department in general, and code enforcement is part of that, included in the fee schedule. The conversation about fines would be entirely separate, and is guided by a different series of laws.
Understood.
But certainly those are included here.
Okay.
And there is a section included in the staff report and the draft resolution that should there be a new service that's being provided. So I know we're talking code, but let's say there's something wild and new that pops up, as that happens to government sometimes. There is a provision in that draft resolution tonight that could authorize the city manager to introduce or change a fee, subject to review by our city attorney, to make sure that, one, it complies with the law and appropriately calculates what that fee should be. So if there is something, I'll say, that is missed, that's not there, staff can certainly address that at the administrative level.
Okay. When these fees are paid, did I hear you talk, I thought I heard you mention enterprise funds? Is there, my presumption is these fees should return in most cases to the general fund. And is that what is scheduled to happen?
Yes, correct. So if it's a general fund service that's being provided, those fees would go back to the general fund. In the event that a enterprise fund was providing a service somewhere, those could go back to the enterprise fund, essentially siloing those funds to the appropriate place.
Okay. And so, and I guess my final question is, these are set fees. Has the city given any consideration to conducting a study for an hourly rate? I'm intimately familiar with, I've worked in multiple jurisdictions, and they all start with the fee schedule, but they ultimately evolve to an hourly rate because, frankly, it's more accurate, it's more fair, it's more honest, and usually it persuades people to do the right thing sooner.
Absolutely, and that's part of the consideration of the fee study. Through conversations with staff, we determine how much of our time, the staff time that it takes to conduct a service, including everything associated with that, whether it's paper, tools, equipment, technology, the lights, the insurance, everything that goes with it. And from that, we derive a hourly rate and assign that to the number of hours it takes to provide that service. And what would come back to the city council is, for example, there is a fee that the math shows that it takes $200 to provide that service, and then council will have some discretion to adopt a fee up to that $200 amount based on that low, mid, and high level of cost recovery. There's certainly council discretion there.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Any other questions? I just have one, and it's kind of specific, but when I was looking through the list, trying to, because very tiny print, but I was looking at the planning department, the conditional use permit, and I saw a couple of different things, but I did not see a conditional use permit appeal fee in there. Did I miss that somehow, or is it not in there?
I don't know that off the top of my head. However, part of the draft that's being presented to council tonight does make that allowance. If there is a service, one of those fees that has not been included in the draft, we can certainly introduce that, whether it's just a typo on my part or something that new that pops up.
Thank you. Do we have, so we have no other questions then? Do we have public comment?
This is a public hearing for this item.
Another hearing. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Do we have public comment?
We do not have any speakers for this item.
I'm going to close the public hearing for this item. All right, so further discussion and deliberation. Any further comments? Yes. Councilmember Brooks.
So are you asking us to decide percentage tonight? Is that part of
Yes,
the
I'm looking for
conversation?
council direction to land somewhere at or below 12%, given that those CPI increases over the past 3 years. Yes.
I guess my follow-up question to that would be, what costs, how will those offset their costs? Because again, as Councilmember Morales indicated, and we have all acknowledged, the city has the right and the need to capture the cost of doing business, but not to necessarily exceed. So with, I heard you say staff was comfortable up to and including 13%.
12%.
12%?
Yes.
Okay, but that would be to simply offset our cost, and anything less than that would be not capturing our total cost recovery.
Yes, which is also built into the methodology as they are currently calculated. So as the fees exist today, they fall in a low, mid, or high cost recovery level.
Right.
We are not changing those levels. We would simply be increasing where a low cost recovery program, for example, some recreation programs, would simply increase by whatever percentage is adopted by council today.
Got you. So I would support the 12, recognizing anything less than 12 is, we're not breaking even as I understand it. Thank you.
That's correct. We're just simply getting caught up on CPI increases.
Any comments?
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I too support 12.
Okay. Any other? Councilmember Perez, did you say you had a comment, or?
I'm not sure. You know, we have other things that we're going to be doing our fee studies on, and it's going to be affecting all of our pockets. And so I mean, 12%. That's much. I'd feel comfortable at 8 or 10.
Okay. Anything, Councilmember Morales?
So I'm sorry, this was just another question. So we haven't done any increases in the last 4 years? Is that what you're saying?
It's generally speaking, yes, that's correct. There's been a hodgepodge of some increases here and there.
'Cause I remember some increases. So are we going to exclude those from these increases?
So that's not staff's recommendation. So I don't think that we would go above the cost recovery levels. However, there have been, I think, more administrative changes to the fees historically. So this is bringing to the council for that comprehensive adoption at that point.
That's my only concern is because my understanding is it's very complex if we do go over that amount. And so how do we balance that? Maybe not 12%, maybe 11% or even 10%? Because I do remember that we've had, at least since 2021, we've had a few increases in certain fees. I don't remember exactly what they are right now, but I'm sure we can look at what they are and then how that percentage is going to impact those already increased fees. Because there were studies done on those services. So if they're not excluded, then we're going to go above.
Exactly.
If it's going to be a 12%.
And that's correct. Some of our fees have been addressed in the last handful of years. I'll say that. There are some fees that have not been addressed in decades. I'll put it that way as well. So I think that could be a conservative approach to be safe to land somewhere around there, even though it gives us, we would come back at that point after the survey is completed to give a more scientific calculation of our costs of providing the service. That's certainly a fair point.
Yeah, given that we don't have a comprehensive list of the services that we've already studied and the set price and the impact and how many those are, I would be more comfortable at a 10 or 11%.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may just provide some clarity for one of the questions earlier. For planning, it would be, there's an appeal line, so it would be an appeal to council on the CUP because the Planning Commission would, make that decision, and then if they're appealing it, the appeal is coming to council. Mm-hmm. So it's a planning appeal.
There was a process for an appeal at the planning level, and then I thought, and then if you couldn't do that, then because I kind of went through this before I was mayor, and I tried to come to council and just say, hey, can you consider this? Because what I discovered, and that's why I asked the question about that, is that there had been a $300 appeal fee, and it had been raised to like $3,700, and this was just a few years ago. So that's one of the ones we're probably talking about.
There's two lines in here that are subbed out. One is an appeal to Planning Commission. One is an appeal to City Council. Okay. So they are in here. They just aren't called out as CUP specific.
Okay. So it's just appeal and
correct.
Okay.
Under
so
planning.
It is in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And is it being raised? I don't have it in front of me. So is it going from $3,700 up to more?
Whatever
now?
percentage council adopts.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I appreciate the comments about the high recovery, mid recovery, low recovery, and what you mentioned about with Parks and Rec. Mm-hmm. And so, at the risk of throwing a monkey wrench in here, I just want to ask the question because I think, especially in planning and building and all of that, you've got builders and people doing big developments, but sometimes you have just an individual homeowner. And I bring this up because I had been contacted by an elderly resident whose hot water heater died, had to replace it, and suddenly not only does he have to pay for a hot water heater, he's got this big permit fee on top of it. So I just wonder if we shouldn't consider when you're talking about an individual homeowner, the idea of a lower cost threshold instead of trying to get a high recovery out of everyone. That was my question, because I can think of a lot of, if you have to get a new roof, you got to pay for the new roof, and then you got to pay a big fee on top of it. It's not the same as someone building a bunch of homes and, all of that. So that was my question. So.
Yeah, and I may be able to shed some light on that one. I've received that same concern. It may have been the same person on the water heater, where at times, these are done on a nexus of an average transaction. And so, we study what that process is. And in the case of someone who's, it went perfectly, it may have went a little quicker than if they go out there and the water heater's installed incorrectly, that type of thing. They've got to go back out. I know I've heard a concern, well, the guy was there 15 minutes. Well, there's a lot of work on the back end as well, right? The homeowner may have seen someone for 15 minutes or half an hour or an hour, but there's the scheduling, there's the billing, there's the recording it, there's a series of work that a resident may not see to get all of that, like to get the process finished from A to Z. And that's what the process studies, right down to the amount of paper, because the idea behind it is the person who's using that service directly is paying the cost of that. So it's not being borne by someone across the street who's not having that service provided.
Gotcha.
So.
I understand your point. It does kind of bring me to Councilmember Burns' point of maybe an hourly rate is more accurate and reflective. And I mean, when you're looking at the schedule, it just says permit. It's not talking about if there's some special requirements or whatever. It's like, here's the fee. I just think that, our residents are different than business owners building big condos or whatever. And it's expensive. And if there is a threshold, if we do that for sports, it's like for the community, why wouldn't we do that for individual homeowners who are experiencing something, their fence blew down and now they've got to get a permit on top of having to pay for a fence. It's like, this is our community members. So I just think, do we need to have a full cost recovery on that? Or is that something for the good of the community to make it a lower threshold? That's just what I'm thinking anyway.
And if I may add more general
Please.
comments on that topic, it turns into a moment of a slippery slope if there is I'll call it a subsidy in some respect by some fee payers or some rate payers to other fee or rate payers, which then it starts tiptoeing towards the idea of it could be considered a tax in some respects if there is a subsidy if someone is paying to support someone else's activity. So it is a bit of a juggling act, quite frankly, to make sure that we subsidize in the proper way, and only when there is some greater public benefit that could potentially be quantified in some respects. There could be that, what we would recommend in the narrow cases to come to council for the non-collection of a fee based on an individual. But it's very much a clear balancing act at the state level in terms of the laws about a ratepayer, the individual receiving the benefit of that service versus anyone else helping cover those costs of that service.
I see what you're saying.
So and also, Ken, when you get a permit, it's not simply a fee. There is a service provided, as in a city person gets in a city vehicle, drives in the city, spends time inspecting the property to ensure that it has been constructed correctly and meets all the minimum codes that the law requires. And so that's kind of a standard, and you can't circumvent the permit, and you have a duty. And I would agree with you as much. First of all, I don't know what a water heater permit costs, but it's not free. But it's, again, when you inspect a water heater, you look for 5 basic essential components, and you're done. So I seriously doubt that it's going to really be significant in cost, and the benefit far outweighs the cost for the permit, for the inspection, and the sign-off to move forward. And then it also factors in insurance issues as well. So it's a very comprehensive thing. It's not just giving the city X amount of dollars to pad their coffers. It's our cost for doing business, which again comes all full circle back to the purpose for tonight's conversation. I think it's a perfect segue. Thank you.
If I may.
Yes.
You know, my question is, my concern is not that we're charging, because we do have to make up some of our money, some of the cost. My questions come in when you talk about, let's see, right here, it says pool and or spa remodel. With the increase of 12%, that'd be $604. But if I want to get my residential window replacement permit, it's going to cost me $631. It's cheaper to get a pool than a window. Does that make sense?
It's all tied back to some methodology. There's variables within the calculation, and to Councilmember Burns' point of the level of inspection to consider life and safety concerns, et cetera. But that's also part of what's being revisited in the study to confirm that our calculations are both meaningful to reasonably estimate the cost of that service.
Yeah, because when these fee schedules went up, there was, I forgot what it's called, to put one of those moving pods in front of your house. You know, you have to pay a permit for that. I think it was $800 for 1 week to move. Some of these numbers don't make sense to me. That's all I got to say.
Well, I appreciate the input, and I don't disagree with Councilmember Burns. And I'm not saying that staff doesn't do more than just throw a piece of paper that says permit on it. I do understand the process. I do think of folks on fixed incomes, and what may not be a lot to us can be to them. So I'm just trying to be considerate of that. And, you know, if we have a low, medium, high recovery, you know, why have that if it's not applicable? I guess it's only applicable in certain categories. Is that what you're saying? That, like, so for recreational, we can have low recovery, but we can't for an elderly homeowner.
So I think the comments in our policy, which does align with the broader best practice, is that if there is a comprehensive community benefit, and that's where you see the more general services and the recreation programs where it's open to the entire community to come and benefit from a low or mid cost recovery program. There are dozens or hundreds of people that can benefit and the community at large.
I mean, you're saying allowing elderly to have the discount, but not giving it across the board or to anyone who doesn't own a home. I guess I'm trying to make sense of it, so I guess I see what you're saying, but okay. And you know, from the perspective of we haven't got the actual study done, I feel more comfortable with not going to the max, but I do think we want to get up there, so I would be supportive of 10% on something like that.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just to add to Councilmember Burns' point, one thing to consider as well, just with the water heater, for example, when that individual gets the permit and they get it inspected and it gets a clean bill of health, they could move out of that house in a month. And the next person that goes in has an assumption that it was installed correctly. And that's part of the process as well. Because we do get, folks griping of why would I need a permit for that? Yeah. There's an assumption when you move into a home that the stuff was installed properly as well for the next person as well.
I get that, yeah. I understand the permit process and why it's important, so. Okay, so do we have further discussion? Do we have some kind of consensus here on what we'd like to do?
I'll stay at 10%.
Councilmember Morales, what was your take on this?
I originally said 10 to 11%.
Okay, and you had said 12, and I think the Vice Mayor
I
was
said
at
12, but I'm willing to compromise down to 11 because the ship's taken on water and there's only so many hands to bail, and really it feels to me, based on what the director has presented, that we should have an answer within a year or so. So I think 11's a compromise, and it's kind of a damage control thing until we have more clarity. But I think we need to go, and I could go to 11.
11. And what's your thoughts?
How long have we been waiting for the comprehensive fee study? Because I think since 2021, I've been hearing that we're going to get a comprehensive fee study, and it's 2024. So while we may get one in a year, we may not.
We're a different administration, though, too.
I'm just pointing again to
time.
My past experience. So.
Right. Well, and again, I think I think if this thing goes on, number one, I think this council will exert some pressure, and there will be some clear disappointment, and we can always bring it back if we find that it's not enough or it's too much.
Well, I think we need to bring it back, whether it's 3 months or 6 months, and just review how long. Just, I think, same thing like with the general plan, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So I think in order to do that, one of the things that worries me is if we're charging more, there's a lot of things that we're gonna need to go through, and again, that just adds cost to the city. So and my understanding is that it's a very complicated, cumbersome process.
But as you pointed out, this can's been kicked down the road for a period of time.
So
And so I'm willing to go 11 and bring it back in 6 months. You gotta work with me.
I'm thinking,
I know.
I'm fine with that.
I'm good at 10.
So Mayor, you need a motion for the resolution and then call out the percentage in that motion.
Oh, okay, so then can I get a motion, or, I'm sorry, was there any?
I'll make a motion
Make a
for
motion to, okay.
the 10%.
So we're gonna call
So is it a
out-
motion to approve the resolution with the 10%?
Correct.
Okay, is there a second on that? Okay, so that fails for lack of second. Do I have another motion?
I make a motion to approve the resolution with an 11% and returning back for review in 6 months.
Second.
Okay, can I get a roll call on that?
Councilmember Perez,
Nope.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Perez opposing.
Okay. All right. Okay, now I've lost track of myself. So are we moving on to item 11? Is that where we're headed here? Okay, I'm not missing. Okay. Item 11 is a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to provide notices of termination regarding fire services agreement with the County of San Benito and the City of San Juan Bautista. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So before you tonight is a resolution to approve and authorize the city manager to provide notices of termination regarding fire services agreements with the County of San Benito and the City of San Juan Bautista. The City Council on June 4th previously expressed the intent to issue a notice of termination regarding the fire services agreements with the county and the City of San Juan Bautista. To comply with Council's direction, staff drafted the necessary resolution and notices of termination, and these documents will formally inform the respective agencies of the city's intention to terminate the fire services agreements. However, the notices also indicate that the city is willing to work with the agencies in lieu of termination, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, do we have questions? No? Anything?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor.
thank you. What happens here tonight, depending on what happens here tonight, could this potentially lead to layoff of staff members?
So, the city issued a notice to the Hollister Firefighter Union to meet and confer over this. So, if you issue the 270-day notice, that's approximately 9 months. And if the union wishes, we will engage in discussions regarding that. Vice Mayor.
Was that your questions?
That was my question. I don't know how clear it was as to whether it was answered or not. But
Yeah,
my
I can't answer
understanding-
that because we have to negotiate.
Yeah, my understanding would be that there is. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple clarifying questions to you on the city manager. So first was, I think you just answered it, but sending this letter, it just starts a clock ticking, but we're talking about 9 months.
Correct.
Before any termination would take place. And that
Correct.
allows time for negotiation and also negotiation with the county and with San Juan Bautista.
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to clarify, because I know we've had discussions at the fire district meetings, and City Manager, you had broached discussions previously with our county CAO after last year's budgetary cycle. Is that correct?
So at last year's budget hearing, there was direction given to provide an analysis of the fire services contract. I did make both the city manager of San Juan Bautista and the CAO aware shortly thereafter within that week. And concurrently, back in August, we had the contract. It went through the county for a fire protection district study to look at that, and that process had been going on as well.
Okay, but we didn't really go anywhere with it, but we had started that conversation a year ago talking about
Correct.
the costs.
I think it was very
brand new
clear
or
at
anything.
budget hearing
Okay.
that there was a desire of council to analyze that.
Yeah, and I think a few months ago, council gave direction for you to reach out again to the CAO and to San Juan Bautista's city manager to talk with them about the contract. Is that?
That is correct.
And did you get a response from either of them?
Yes, I have had discussions with both of them.
You have had discussions. So we came back at the last meeting, I think it was the last meeting or the previous meeting. So that was when we gave direction because we hadn't had forward movement, I think, with the county.
We came back with a presentation, I want to say the first meeting of May.
Okay.
Where we provided you with the update, a full presentation. At that point, there was direction given to work with them as well, and so there were discussions again at that point. I was very open with them of the discussion, as well as making them aware that the presentation was going on. They were both aware. I believe one was online via Zoom as well for that presentation.
Okay. And we've had some pretty good discussions with San Juan Bautista as far as awareness of the shortfall and wanting to work with Hollister on.
Yeah, San Juan Bautista had put a placeholder in their budget. Both everybody's going through their budgeting process this time of year. So.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to kind of give some historical perspective. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. To follow up on that historical perspective, how long is the current contract we're operating under? What was the length of that contract when it was originally adopted and approved?
The one that we're operating under right
Yes.
now was a January 1 of 2019 through December 31st of 2025, with the option to renew for 3 successive one-year terms, unless terminated pursuant to the agreement.
Okay. And so how, based on your review in preparation for the budget conversations today and that have proceeded today, moving forward to adopt the budget, how much have we underwritten fire services by for the city of San Juan Bautista and San Benito County?
So what I had looked at is, in working with the fire team, is look at 2 different ways: a percentage of calls and then time spent on calls. So not all calls are created equal. You could have a medical response from Fire Station 1 that's right here, or you could have a medical response from Fire Station 2 that is in Piscinas, right? That's not the same amount of time, that's not the same amount of wear and tear, that's not the same amount of gas, the whole 9 yards. And so when we looked at that, we went through a process of looking at the 2022-23 fiscal year stats, and from a percentage of calls, I'll use roundish numbers for just the percentage of calls: 39.2%, San Benito County, 57.4%, and Hollister, 3.4% for San Juan Bautista. When we looked at, in working with the fire team, looking at the time of dispatch to when the calls were cleared, that doesn't give you the time back to the station from when the call was cleared. Was able to actually break it down in seconds and kind of prorate out. And in that case, you were closer to 49.6% San Benito County, 46.6% Hollister, 3.8% San Juan Bautista. And so when you break those, when you prorate that out over the approved budget of 23-24, which was just shy of $14 million, the contract for this year with the county is $2.2 million. I believe Alpine County is $2.1 million. If I look at fee offsets and grants, I offset the grant. We did get a mitigation grant that was about $677,000. That was just shy of about $4 million. On the on San Juan side, it was just shy of just a little bit over $300,000.
Okay, and so I heard you just say $4 million for the county, $300,000 for the city of San Juan Bautista. Is that?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. When you're looking at the contract in this current year, $2.2 million is in, because the dollar amount is on a calendar year, so I have to split it and bring it back together to align with a fiscal year. And so you had 2.21 for the county, and then we had for San Juan Bautista, we have 260,000. However, there was a rent provision that I mentioned at the meeting. It was as part of the contract, said we would come back and sign a lease. That lease came forward shortly thereafter and actually failed at your council. And so that lease revenue, as written in the contract but not in the subsequent lease, was $40,800, and then approximately $36,000 on utilities for the firehouse. It's separately metered, and so we pay the utilities there as well.
Okay, and so that's just for the past year, correct?
That is the 23-24 budget that we're
Right.
or fiscal year that we're 2 weeks away from completing.
Right. And so for the term of this contract, have you been able to approximate how much money the city of Hollister taxpayers have underwritten fire service for the county of San Benito and for the city of San Juan Bautista?
I haven't been able to go all the way back and dig through it at this granular of level, but it's fair to say that it's, probably millions each year.
Thank you. I guess my final question is, while we have asked you, we as the council have asked you to serve notice to the city of San Juan Bautista as well as San Benito County with an intent to terminate the contract, there's also provision in there that we value their partnership and we would like to negotiate with them for a more equitable adjustment in what the services cost to offset that from our taxpayers. Is that true?
That is true. I have not had a single conversation about walking away from that.
Right.
We value the partnership.
Right. And as I understand it, by the current contract signed by all parties, there's a 270-day or 9-month clause for termination of the contract, correct?
That is correct.
Right. But I personally have never heard anybody ever even remotely suggest that we would terminate one firefighter, let alone more than one. Has that ever been a conversation that you're familiar with?
That is not a conversation that's happened with council.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that because, well, I'll save my comments for later. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any other questions before we open to public comment?
I got this. So we don't know how far back these, at least a couple $1 million a year, we've been subsidizing the county. We don't know how far back it goes, but I am glad that we are going to put a stop to this. So thank you, staff.
I just have one last question I thought of. It has to do with the actual contract, which was, you said 2019, beginning of 2019, which is like, what, 7 years or so, thereabouts. So we had an initial whatever agreement, and then there was like if I remember correctly, there's like a 3% inflationary every year. But I'm wondering, because in looking back over the last 3 years, the inflationary rate hasn't been 3%. It's ranged from 4%. I think in 2022 was 8% inflationary, and last year was again over 4%. So that's has that contributed to the gap between what we're paying versus,
Well, yes, and if you think of Director Astorga's presentation from a few minutes ago, he was at 13% over 3 years. These were signed also prior to the pandemic, which we have seen historically has just shot the cost of everything up. We're a business like every other business. We're a forever business. When we make decisions, as we mentioned in the last, user fee study, our decisions are made on capturing the cost that it costs to provide the service. And so just like we would You're looking at the person with the water heater paying for the cost of the service being delivered. It's no different than when you're looking at the cost of providing services to anyone.
Thank you. I think we've asked enough questions, so maybe we should take public comment at this point.
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have two speakers currently. The first is Vince Graywall, to be followed by Peter Lago.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Vince Grewal, Hollister Firefighters Association Vice President. I am here tonight to express our concern and frustration with the way the county fire contract is being handled. The safety of our citizens is not a bargaining chip. We have protected the citizens of Hollister, San Benito County, San Juan Bautista with great resolve since 2013. Now we are being threatened with budget cuts and layoffs. This is not an option. Our staffing is already at bare minimum, which is below industry standards. The information being disseminated to us by the city management, and the new fire chief seems to be convoluted half-truths. This type of transparency, or lack thereof, is not something will support. We strongly encourage you not to use the 270-day termination clause as a bargaining tactic. We ask that you continue the contract as agreed to and to begin good faith negotiations with your fellow elected boards. We have a duty to protect all citizens that live in these communities and drive on these roads, including our families and yours. It's time to stop referring to our citizens' safety as a dollar amount and more as a responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Peter Lago.
I happen to be wearing the right shirt today. I was at my bar and I was working on some stuff and I heard about this. Today I come to you here as a former wildland firefighter Type 2 entering service for the Bureau of Land Management 1996 as a GS-5 and leaving in 2000 as a GS-9. I come to you here today as a former Maui resident of 15 years with friends lost in the line of fire. We are in our second year of exponentially increased winter precipitation and subsequent growth of A, B, and C fuels. Grass fires this year are projected to be exponential in size by any reasonable measurement. This fire department is tasked with service to San Benito County, which covers 1,388 square miles, of which is very likely to catch fire this year. Scaling back services to a growing community in the second wet year of growth leaves the public at an unreasonable risk of having a Lahaina-scale fire, not only as a possibility, but as a strong likelihood. That's it.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, let's bring it back for deliberation.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. And I particularly want to thank the two public speakers that just went and spoke and opposing adopting this resolution tonight. The facts are the facts. There's no way to get around it. If you adopt this resolution tonight, you could potentially lay off firefighters here. I don't think that we've done enough. I don't think we've been great partners to the county or to the city of San Juan Bautista, in particular the people who sit on the ad hoc committee that are supposed to be working this out with them. The fact is that you're looking at cutting this contract because you've grossly mismanaged the funds. The four of you sitting there have grossly mismanaged the funds, and we're in a bind. We're in a huge bind, and now we're in trouble. I don't care how you try to spin it, but if you weren't looking at laying off firefighters, you would not adopt this resolution tonight. The number one concern from the public is what happens if there's an earthquake or a fire and we're trapped here? What's going to happen to the residents of the city? What's going to happen to the residents of the county? What's going to happen to the residents of San Juan Bautista? You're opening up Pandora's box by making this decision tonight. But I already know that politics is what it is, and I'm not going to win on this, just like I didn't win on the budget last time I asked you not to grossly overspend to lead us into this position.
Any other comments? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, I just want to reiterate that there has never been one word discussed about laying off a firefighter, anybody from the fire department. I would never support that. I won't support it, but I do support financial responsibility. And it's really easy to point fingers, particularly when contracts were established years ago for a cause with a good reason and good people of right mind. But try and sell this to the taxpayers. Why should I, as a Hollister City resident, be supplementing county and San Juan Bautista fire services? We're just asking for it to be equitable, fair, and it's time to have that conversation. And I find it unusual how the politics have shifted on this and how there's been an incorrect message that has been pushed out that has no support from anybody on this council that I'm aware of. Mm-hmm. And so I don't see anybody losing their job. I would never support it. And I'll leave it at that right now. I just really hate the disinformation that has been pushed out for personal benefit. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
First responders, I support totally, 100%. I'm not going to let any one of you guys lose your job either. But we're losing a lot of money every year. This is money we could actually be putting into the fire department, police department. We need to go. We can't keep paying for the county's bills. We can't do that. They have to be accountable also.
Also want to say I wouldn't support it, anything that would jeopardize our fire department or first responders. I do want to ask our city manager, if we continue and not do anything about it, what does that mean for our budget moving forward in the next couple of years?
So we brought forward a budget, and we're going to have an update on it later at the next item, where we projected, we had about a $2 million. It's going to be a little bigger when we come back tonight, about 2.5, dependency on fund balance. When I took out all of the one-times, it was about a $6 million shortfall. You were at a 9 at last year, or this current year. So as you continue to progress that way, you are dependent on what you end the year with, because that's your fund balance. So fund balance plus your revenues equals your expenditures. That's a balanced budget. In a perfect world, it's revenues equals expenditures, and you're putting money away. That has not been the case. And so if you continue down that path, you eventually, don't have any funding at the end of the year to draw on for the next year.
So if I may, so basically what we're saying is if we keep paying the county and San Juan's bills, we're taking from our savings account, putting into our checkings account, and over a period of a few years, we will have zero. And the city can't afford to continue to pay the county and San Juan Bautista's bills. We cannot continue to take from our savings account because we're very closely moving towards a zero balance. So we're looking to address that by providing a little fire under both cities. We've been talking about this since I got here in the city in 2021. We still haven't had any agreement with the county or San Juan Bautista, so we really need to move forward on getting some type of resolution so that we don't continue to take from our savings account to pay for their services.
Okay, so I do have a few thoughts for you. And again, just to reiterate, I don't think anyone on this council wants to see any layoffs. I chair the Fire Protection Committee. There's been no discussion or talk of layoffs. That's not on any of our minds right now. But we have discovered and we have been looking closely at all our contracts, because many of the shared contracts we have not really gone in favor of the city. And, we have to get to a point where we're not subsidizing the county or San Juan Bautista, and that's kind of where we're trying to head with this. I like to do research and understand what I'm talking about. I looked back at this contract when it was installed in 2019. There's, I read about the fact that there was discussion at the council at that time that the county really wasn't paying, they were paying less than they actually should at that point in time when they were negotiating that first contract. But they knew the agreement wasn't perfect, and there was a lot of discussion around creating a fire district, and that was back in 2019. And fast forward 6 years later, we don't have a fire district. And one of the other things that they talked about was the SAFER grant. which I think they were kind of counting on. I think there was $2.5 million at that time that helped to cover staffing. But we don't, as you all know, you don't get those every year, and I don't think we've gotten very many of them lately, and I'm looking at the federal government trying to cut back on those grants. And I also just wanted to remind everyone about the grand jury report last year that talked about the fire department being understaffed, and our goal, and how we've been very supportive about hiring new firefighters, not laying anyone off. But that doesn't come without an additional cost. And as costs continue to climb and inflation climbs, it's like this gap just keeps getting bigger. And I think referring to what Councilmember Burns said about misinformation and claims of out of control spending, I heard some of that at our fire meeting as well. And one of the costs that keeps getting pointed at is overtime costs for firefighters. And I wanted to mention that because I kind of researched that as well, and that's really not unique to Hollister. It's a problem across the country, and it's not really something within our control. So to say that that's an out-of-control expense, I think, is really a misinformation statement. The staffing model that's used by fire departments all over the U.S. is called minimum staffing. And for anybody who doesn't know that, it's negotiated by union contracts and basically mandates that if any fire department employee is absent from a shift, that vacancy has to be filled. I mean, we're not talking office worker jobs here where if somebody takes a day off, you can just set their work aside. Fires don't happen on a schedule, and if we don't staff y'all adequately, then people are hurt or can die. And I believe firefighters have to take their vacations. They need to do their training. They get sick, and unfortunately, they do get injured on the job. So those positions, they have to be staffed when there's someone not there, and that requires overtime. So I'm a little done with the talk about overtime being overdone. This is not mismanagement, and I fully support all of our firefighters and all the work you do to keep us safe. I really appreciate it, and I find it reprehensible that anyone points to that as any kind of mismanagement. I did talk about the 3% inflation factor that was built into that contract, and as we said, early on in 2019 and 2020, it wasn't a huge deal. It was under 3%, but in 2021, we're talking almost 5% inflation. 2022 was 8%. And then last year it was like 4.1. So it's like that gap is just getting bigger. And as Councilmember Morales said, we're trying to turn this equitable so that we aren't subsidizing the county or San Juan Bautista. I had a lot of frustration because I feel like we have been attempting to be good partners with the county, and this process has been going on since last budget cycle. We didn't just go jump and do a termination clause. We've been trying to work, and sometimes, as you all know, with negotiations, you have to do something to bring parties to the table, and that's my hope with this clause, is that it triggers some good talk so we can make things more equitable, because the city is, we have had to tighten our belts, and we need to make our contracts make sense for the city and for the residents. Everything shouldn't be borne on the backs of the city residents, so we need to have a little more equity, and that's all we're trying to do here. And again, 9 months, we're talking about March of 2025 is when this would take effect, and there's plenty of time for renegotiation. I don't think the county or San Juan Bautista wants to see that go away. We just can't bear the lion's share of the cost. So those are my thoughts. And I guess if we're done, is there some kind of a motion that we want to make?
I'm more than happy to support the motion to move forward to provide the noticing as stated.
Second.
All right, can we take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
No.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
And Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
All right, we're going to move on to 11.2, draft of the fiscal year 2024-25 recommended budget. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Casey Astorga, the city's Admin Services Director again. And I will be handing it over to our City Manager, David Mirioni, to introduce the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget.
All right, good evening, everyone, and I want to just take the opportunity to, we touched on it a little bit at the last meeting, but just to thank all of the staff that have spent countless hours putting their time into this to get this across the finish line. Casey will walk through the process, but we have made the changes that we had discussed at the last meeting, plus some administrative changes. We have an agenda that will be baked into this presentation, and we have 3 actions for you this evening. So with that, I'll pass it over to Mr. Astorga.
Thank you very much. So tonight's agenda includes the following. First, we'll discuss fiscal year 23-24, which is our current year, the GFOA budget award that the city received. We'll talk about that briefly. We'll also discuss and then look for potential action for the fiscal year 24-25 appropriation limit, also known as the GAN limit. Next, we'll be discussing the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget summary. We'll also be discussing the 5-year capital improvement program, also known as the CIP, and then finally come to council for possible adoption of the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Excuse me. First, the city was made aware between our last meeting and today that the city had received a GFOA award for our fiscal year 23-24 budget document, and it is called the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And with that is an initiative through city council leadership, and to the city manager's point, all staff and all city departments, one, to work on the design and development of the budget document, but also to adhere to those budget goals and objectives throughout the year. Including that second bullet point, Grizel Gonzalez in our finance division, she was the one who consolidated all of these activities into our budget book and submitted that for application to GFOA to discuss. And with that, I'll hand over to the city manager.
Yeah, so one of the plaques that we have on the wall over by where Captain Olson is standing, you'll see a hole in the wall right in the middle there. We typically have our GFOA plaque, and so I have it here. They have sent us a new button for 2023, so we can hang that up and proudly display it. And just want to give a special thanks to Grizel Gonzalez in our finance department. In looking back, she joined the city in June last year. So to jump in, help out with the budget, and create a new budget book from scratch and get it across the finish line that met all the standards. Just like to point that out. That's an amazing accomplishment on her part. And there's many of the pages, it's all fed in by the department heads providing updates on their departments and everything. So it was a big team effort, and just want to publicly acknowledge that and pass it back to Casey.
Thank you very much. So a couple more points on this award. So who is GFOA? It's essentially the finance industry professionals that, one, look to introduce and adopt and hold compliance to best practices in the government finance industry. So there's a series of individuals both from the United States and Canada that review these types of awards. And this award it's recognize our document, which you'll see in a separate slide, one that we meet specific program criteria, and it excels, quite frankly, as a policy document and a plan for the agency. So there's recognition for fiscal year 23-24, which we are in our last month of, that policy document, that financial plan is a good and healthy plan that meets best practices, and we've received recognition for that. Some of the award criteria not only considers what we do as a policy document for us as an organization, but also the budget as a policy tool for the community to communicate our organization's goals and priorities. And so you see a series of the award criteria on the screen here today, where we talk about our strategic goals. We're able to interact with the document. It's easy to read in general. It's accessible. It has the detailed level information so someone can make an analysis about the health of the organization, but also it's user-friendly to everyone, whether that's staff, the council, or the broader community. That is the document that we were talking about. It had been made available online on the city's website. It had been made as a reference copy here at front of City Hall, and then copies placed at the San Benito County Free Library. Our intention is to do that again, certainly as we represent the community that we serve, to make documents like this accessible and available to everyone. Next, we'll be discussing the appropriations limit, also known as the GAN limit after Paul Gann. You'll see noted down below, he's also an individual who helped author Prop 13. In general, it is a tool that's used to limit how much a government agency, a city in this case, can tax the public. So essentially there is an annual calculation for growth, considering the growth in the cost of something, the growth in population, that we then plug into a calculation and design our new appropriation limit. Those growth factors are provided to the city from the state of California. We get that annually. One, that cost of living variable, the annual change in California per capita personal income, and the second variable, a population variable. and the city gets a choice to choose between whichever is highest, whichever is greater. So the percentage change in the city's population or the percentage change in the county's population. We plug that into a formula, and that's how we get our growth rate. So we look at the prior year's limit, we do some math, we get the data from the state of California, we apply the growth factor, and we have the New Year's limit. In the example at the bottom of the page, if the prior year's limit was 25 million, we calculate the growth factor and then calculate the New Year's limit at, in this example, $25,947,000. This is the population data that's provided by the state of California, and you'll note in the period of January 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024, it shows that within the city limits, the city of Hollister population growth was 0.76%, and the the county total growth was 1.06%. And you'll see that note below, even though it's a percentage, it's based on the calculation of the existing population, so you see the number of individuals noted down below as well. So we use that information to calculate our appropriations limit or the GAN limit, and that is also included in the resolution that would be considered by council tonight. Next, updates on the budget document, the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget, which is presented tonight, which to authorize spending effective July 1st, a budget needs to be adopted no later than June 30th. This is the same organization chart that you saw at your last meeting, essentially no changes to that. Again, the budgeted positions for 24-25, same as last meeting. The only change is an additional 2 positions, 2 FTEs in the accountant classification. And again, although those positions will be assigned to the finance division, they will certainly be supporting the entire city staff. Some of the administrative changes that were made in between last meeting and today, we certainly received feedback from City Council. We incorporated that feedback into the budget document. We have final insurance costs that were provided by Embasia, which is our insurance JPA that covers the Monterey Bay region. There was some general administrative cleanup to refine the appropriations to make sure that they aligned with our projected costs. And then we incorporated direction that we received from City Council about the travel and training funds, as well as the discretionary funds, and the estimate to reclassify the economic development manager position. Tonight's action also includes twofold related to the CIP, to the capital improvement program. First, adopting tonight's budget would appropriate the funds for all programs identified as a fiscal year 24-25 project. It also would adopt the plan, which is a 5-year plan, and that does provide an allowance for staff to forward look and plan ahead for those types of projects, but more importantly, it gives us an opportunity to apply for funding because they are projects that are identified as part of our adopted 5-year CIP. This projection discusses specifically our general fund revenues. So you'll see our recommended budget on that far right column, that $49.5 million projected out. You'll see the left 3 columns have our previous years of actuals, our budget for the current fiscal year in that black column of just over $41 million. And again, our projected year end at roughly $42.5 million of general fund revenues. Again, general fund revenues identified by type, and you'll see the taxes, the charges for services, the license permits, intergovernmental, those shared costs there. The other, which includes our Measure W transfer in for that tax as well. You'll see the split, not only the dollar amount, but also the percentage of general fund revenue on this. Again, similar slide with no material changes from the previous council meeting. Our expenditures, based on the feedback that we got, so this changed just ever so slightly, but again, on that far right column, the yellow column, a general fund expenditure budget for the upcoming fiscal year, just over $52 million. And again, the prior year actuals in the green columns, current year budget in black, current year year-end projection in that purple column. The next 2 slides look at our general fund expenditures in 2 different ways. First, by type, and so if you look at the personnel as 62% of the budget, services and supplies, our contracts, again, services and supplies at 20%, our contracts at 13%. That's how the pie is sliced based on those types. And then the next slide, which is in the packet as well, shows by function, close to by department, but not quite, but certainly by function, where you see public safety, police department, fire department, animal control, each have their own respective section there, as well as the other departments and divisions. And with that, we've included a general fund revenue projection forward-looking through fiscal year 27-28 with a return to more of a normal economy, which is what our partners are telling us. The upcoming year, again, will be flat, but we do see that normal economy with an average of 2.5% or 3% growth, once again, probably about a year out from now. So we've projected our general fund revenues to be upwards of that, considering those economic factors. Given all that information, this is a summary of your general fund. In the blue columns, you see the funds available, which is not only identified as our revenues, but also the fund balance, both unrestricted and restricted fund balances in those blue columns. And then in that black column, you see the expenditures, including that far right series of columns, which is our fiscal year 24-25 budget. And that note at the very bottom, fiscal year 24-25 does have a restricted fund balance increasing to $3.34 million. With that, tonight's recommendation from staff is threefold. So first is to adopt a resolution, resolution establishing the fiscal year 24-25 appropriations limit. Next is to approve the 5-year CIP. And third is to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And with that, we are here for questions.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question, and it really doesn't directly impact the budget. It may impact where money is placed, and this may not be even the appropriate time for this conversation, but if not now, when? One of the things I brought up on more than one occasion is realigning the cannabis manager from planning and development to place that position under the police department, which I assume would be moving funds to move the position. And so if it's the will of this council, how does that move forward? It's not a personnel matter, it's a policy issue as I see it, based on the demand and the workload and who's doing the work.
Generally speaking, moving any one position from one unit to the next unit does not have a material change to those costs, and so adopting this budget would not impact that. That could be a subsequent conversation and potential change.
Okay, thanks. That's what I needed. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Morales.
I was just going to respond to that. I think I want to say the assistant city manager has shared with us that that position was appropriately placed. So just wanted to say I don't agree, respectfully.
Any other questions or? Okay. Do we have public comment then?
Mayor Casey, there's no public comments for this item.
All right. So let's deliberate. What are further thoughts on the budget? How do we feel? Are there questions or things you want to talk about further? No? I just need a...
Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Again, just as I did not support the budget last year for a number of reasons that I think have led us to some of the fiscal problems that we're seeing now, I can't support this budget either. I feel like the general plan has been rewritten at the cost of the residents to benefit developers. You have given yourselves raises as council members. The discretionary funds should not be on this budget cycle at all. And it's my belief that you increased it rather than decreased it or even followed the recommendation from the city manager. We purchased a building for millions of dollars to help bail out the hospital. I think that was not a good idea. The travel expenses have been also increased. The sewer was increased. These are all things that happened, I know, last year. But I am very concerned about where we're headed financially. I don't think that we've taken the advice of the city manager and Casey Stowey as they presented the budget to us, and I just can't support the budget as presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, Councilmember Burns?
Well, at least we got partial truth. And so, pay raise? I've been taking home $176 every other week for about $4,000, $5,000 a year. And did this council move to increase that for future councils? We did. There's no guarantee that 3 of us sitting here right now physically will even benefit from that, depending on whether we run for re-election and if we get re-elected. A lot of ifs. It's pretty half-true statement, I'd say. I can go on, but the reality is people are entitled to their opinion, but just because they have an opinion doesn't make it honest and correct. And so I am going to support this budget. We have a financial responsibility to approve a budget by June 30th, the end of June 30th. And I think that the city staff has done an amazing job
Yes.
across the year. And I think all things equal, if the fire budget was what it should be over the past 4 or 5 years at least, might be a different conversation. But, at the end of the day, it's real easy to vote no when you know everybody else is going to vote yes, because there's no real cost. It's simply taking a position and partially representing the truth. So I'm going to support this on all three of the issues. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other? Councilmember Morales.
So I just want to say thank you, Casey and City Manager and staff for not only hearing council at our last meeting and incorporating all the changes, but we know that this was a very tedious, time-consuming process. So I just wanted to say thank you for all your work, and even better that we won't have July. So you'll have a break from all of us.
Actually,
I will support all three.
Okay.
I also want to thank staff because I think there's been a few times where we sent you one direction and called you back to go the other opposite direction. But you guys have done an awesome job. And the budget is it's good. Thank you guys for doing a great job.
Okay, so I'll close this out. So a couple things. One is I also wanted to extend my thanks. As I've told the city manager, I manage budgets at home, but a city budget is very complex, and I really appreciate all the time and questions answered, and I've learned a lot more with the last budget and with this one, so thank you for all of that instruction. You guys did a wonderful job. I can see why we're getting awards, because it is easy to read, it is easy to follow, and then of course you always answer my questions, so that's great. We did talk a lot about economic development. That was one big sticking point for me, and I see that we've adjusted the economic development director position up to be a little more of a higher level position. I guess my concern is we're talking about phasing out support for the Economic Development Corporation, which concerns me a little only because they have a presence, they have a website. When businesses come in, they can look there, find stats, and get that support. And so I don't know what that's all going to mean for them or what we'll have, but I guess what would make me feel a whole lot better is to know that this position will be put at the top of the list of let's get it out there and start recruiting so that we can get somebody on board, get a website up. I just don't want there to be this lag of support. I know we went out before and weren't successful in our recruiting efforts before, so I just really want to focus on that. And I know you got a lot on your plate, but I'm asking if that could be a priority. So, but otherwise I support the budget and all the efforts you guys have made. So thank you. So can I get a motion?
So moved.
I get a motion to approve,
Go ahead.
all three recommendations.
Second.
All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes to all three.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales, Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to informational reports. Do we have any committee or ad hoc reports to make?
So the cannabis ad hoc has not met since our first or second meeting. And at our AMBAG, we approved a letter be sent to the insurance commissioner because they are dropping various homeowners' insurance for fire. Also, if you do need to get fire, there's very limited options, which are extremely costly. So AMBAG sent a letter from the various regions basically asking for help, and because we're significantly impacted by that. That's all. Thank you.
No. The only thing I have is, we did have our fire protection meeting, and while you've heard some of what occurred there, it was a bit contentious. We did have a report handed to us that they wanted us to adopt, but most of us had not had an opportunity to read it. It was a new proposal from the consultant as to moving forward, and it was, city manager, you can correct me if I misspeak, but I think it was $40,000 more than the initial proposal, and there were some additional items that we had not bargained on. So we have asked to, we have a scheduled meeting in July, unfortunately, to follow up on that and have more discussion. But we just kind of tabled it because reading a proposal and trying to make a decision at the same time just didn't seem like a real good thing to do. So did I miss anything? Are we good? Okay, thank you. All right, so council reports. Councilmember Resendez, our Vice Mayor, did you want to start? Do you have any reports? Hello?
I do not have any informational reports. I was having a conversation with the city manager about these lights that have just been installed at City Hall, and I was going to request for us to get consensus from the city council to allow him to use the lights. I think he can explain more about it, but I'm in support of it because these lights can be programmed to celebrate 4th of July, Pride, any holidays that are coming up. We can use the lights in the front of the building and program them to light up City Hall. And I was going to hope to get consensus after we hear more about it from the city manager to activate those lights. Thank you.
So, Mayor, I can give an update. You may have remembered back in Veterans Day, the county did a campaign where they lit the building up green. And there was a request, we had talked about looking at lighting up the building. And so we have a few lights out front, very small setup that you can do on your app and light the building up, red, white, and blue for the holiday, for 4th of July, green for Veterans Day. You're seeing a lot of city halls that do that. And so those, about the size of a soda can out there in the front area. And those are installed and operational and tested.
So what was the ask then, Vice Mayor? It's already installed, right?
Correct. We just haven't.
We need to talk about.
Yeah, we haven't activated them yet.
I see.
Correct.
So we're looking for consensus of council to activate them? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand what the request is.
Wouldn't it require
a vote or something?
Well, I'm afraid to say this word, but a policy.
Oh, God.
So.
Yeah, we can bring something back in August if that's the direction of the council.
In August, yeah, okay. Other council reports.
Madam Mayor, can I just talk about that really quick?
Sure.
My only concern is that if we're going to light it up for certain holidays, I was hoping to get it approved by the council today so that we can light it up in rainbow colors for the rest of the month of Pride. So that's why this is kind of a pressing issue. It's my understanding if we can get consensus from the council tonight, that's something we can do tomorrow night for the rest of the month of Pride. And that's why it was a little bit more pressing to me to get this done now. And then in July, we can celebrate 4th of July by lighting up the building red, white, and blue. Maybe the city manager and the city attorney can chime in on that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, if there's consensus to light it up, there's consensus to light it up. But if you want a policy, it needs to come back.
Policy.
What's the will? Please.
I think my experience has taught me that a policy would be most appropriate. Yeah. I'm sorry for the fact that we can't necessarily meet the Vice Mayor's agenda in this case, but Pride started June 1st, as I recall. And so it would have been nice to know in advance and have this conversation a month or so ago, but it is what it is. And so I want a policy because we've seen, no pun intended, but we kind of got lit up over the flag issues. And so
good job.
I've been burned once. I'm not going down that road again unless council wants to and vote me out.
I think.
Can we hear from Councilmember Morales and Mayor Mia Casey as to whether or not they want to light up the building in rainbow colors for Pride and then red, white, and blue for the month of July?
Policy.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to do that, but again, I saw what happened with the flag policy or lack thereof, and I don't want it to become another political issue. So I would rather see a policy put in place first before we go that route. So I think that's our consensus, is to come back with a policy maybe in August. Okay, who wants to go next for their reports? Councilmember Burns, anything to report?
You know it. So, first of all, I want to thank city staff for the COVID memorial. It's subtle, but it's there. It talks about lives lost as a result of COVID. And so I would encourage people to come down to City Hall and look for the memorial on the stone. It was done exceptionally well. It's very subtle, but I think it really speaks to Hollister's heart. And so thank you, staff, for doing that. I appreciate that more than words can express. I would like to ask the city manager and his staff to look at, I received a complaint recently about speeding on Valley View, and I know that's a mixed jurisdiction road. I know that this individual, who's a retired highway patrol officer, has reached out to city staff, and he alluded to the fact that there may in fact be a couple of the solar radar signs just sitting in a box in a building that could be installed if that's legal to do. He didn't seem to think speed humps or bumps would be necessarily a good thing. He recognized enforcement is a temporary solution to what appears to be a permanent problem. But if engineering could look more at that and see what, the good news is school's out for summer. It had a song about that, I think. And so, you know, whatever we can do, because it's a main path for our kids walking to Sunny Slope Elementary. So we got some time, but I'd like to see something done to address his concerns by the beginning of the school year, the next school year, if that's possible, and the council supports that request. Want to take ownership, at least partially. It was brought up that the mayor was positioning herself for a 4-year term moving forward. I will say 4 years ago when I got elected to council, I lobbied for that. I believe firmly that 2 years for the mayor, regardless of who sits in that chair, is not enough. Most new mayors, it's going to take them a year to even figure things out, and the last 6 months of a 2-year term to start trying to get reelected if they're so inclined. And when you have council members that sit on the dais for 4 years, I think the continuity is a very big thing, and I think there's a long list of reasons why it makes sense. And so I don't think this mayor had anything to do with it except support it, and I still will support that 100%. I would like to maybe, at the last council meeting, we had a presentation about the parking garage security. I know that there's more to be discussed on that. It's been brought up again tonight during public comment, and we need to figure that out. Definitely again by the start of the next school year, and have something in place, as well as maintenance, whether it be pressure washing of the stairwells or whatever that looks like. I don't know how that cost is passed on or if it's simply absorbed by city staff, but we absolutely need to figure that out for safety and for quality of life when people are using that. I wasn't aware of the maintenance. The chief was really good at bringing up the security thing and why it makes sense. Also, don't know what the city's policy is on graffiti, but I couldn't agree more that graffiti is it's more than an eyesore. It's a quality of life issue, and I would like to see a policy derived at where, you know, within 24 hours, my understanding is the quicker you get it painted over, the better it is. I know personally, I live across the street from Las Brisas Park, and I worked with our park director and a friend of hers when we repainted the sign and redid the sign to the point where the park director gave me a quart of paint. So every time I go out and see it, I could paint over it. And eventually they quit doing that. But you have to be aggressive in that. And so, and the police can only do so much. It's, you know, they can document it if they catch them. We have cameras in our parks that will help. But, you know, I also think maybe we look at maybe creating some sort of a citizen volunteer thing to aggressively attack graffiti, because it's a problem. And so I'd like to be aggressive in that. I am again, going to get on my high horse about administrative citations, and I understand that when somebody receives an administrative citation, they have to pay for it, and then they get the hearing. I understand the rationale behind it. I'm familiar with other places intimately where there is a fee for the administrative hearing, very much as there could be to appeal a planning commission decision, or a city city council would hear something and there's a fee for that. I'm fine with a fee for the hearing that would cover the costs, and if the violator prevails, then the fee is refunded. If they don't prevail, they pay the fee and they pay the fine. But it just feels like in the conversation tonight that the person said they had paid their $500 fine to then go before a hearing, and so it just seems like the cart's backwards or in front of the horse, and so I'd like for council to consider that, and the city administration, or maybe revisit that area. And then last but by no means least, I would really like to get more clarity on whatever the circumstance currently is involving the SNP bus contract, because I sense there's more to the story. I don't know what the story is, but I think this council and previous councils have committed to maintenance of our animals that are stray, whether it be dogs or cats, and we need to get a hold of that and really understand what the circumstance is. And with that, I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Nothing. Councilmember Morales, anything?
Yes. I think my one item is there's, I think, 2 areas specifically that I got received requests for trees. So I'll send those addresses to you. And then also, whenever possible, the update on what we were going to do with the tree policy, if we did a tree policy. I think it was your...
I think we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, so I have some cool stuff. But I did want to agree with Councilmember Burns. The SNP bus, I know there's been some issues around invoicing or whatever, but I did take the speaker's comments seriously, because I know how fast feral populations reproduce, and they're reliant on those SNP bus, events to be able to trap and neuter and return the, spay and neuter, because otherwise the populations get out of control and there's disease and there's other things. So whatever you can do to fix whatever the problem is, so that they can get paid, it would be great. I know there's issues there, and I know you're working on it. So whatever we can do to expedite is great. I was able to go to the Hollister High School graduation, and it was really great to be able to participate. I didn't know I'd be on the stage for an hour and a half handing out diplomas, but it was really intoxicating to watch the students and their families so excited. And I have to tell you, I went to my grandson's graduation in Great Falls, and it was longer than in the high school here, and it was only 300 students, and they had 800 students, and they had everybody in and out within, I think it was 2.5, 3 hours. It was like a well-oiled machine, so they kept all their speeches short, and it was very pleasant to watch how orchestrated it was. But it was wonderful, and so I was so happy to be able to participate. I also wanted to make a request for a proclamation. I was contacted by the very proud mother of Benjamin Tolentino. He is 7 years old and just won the state championships in wrestling in the bantamweight category. He also has won a gold at the World's Cup for jiu-jitsu. So he's a pretty accomplished young man, and I think we need to recognize him and do a proclamation and bring him in. It's pretty exciting. So if I can get consensus of council, I'd like to do that at our meeting, I guess, in August. The other thing is, I wanted to mention, we had talked before about the Hollister School District and the fact that the YMCA it's changed because of an ELOP grant, and now it's only for certain populations, and that's really caused a lot of trouble. And we've all been contacted, I think, by parents who suddenly have no care for their children after school. I had a meeting with the vice president of the YMCA for our region. We were talking about the new community center we want to build, and that was our real discussion. But I did inquire about that limitation, and She indicated that yes, the limitation was put in place because of the ELOP grant, but she did indicate that the YMCA has the capacity and would love to do more and be able to serve all of the populations and provide additional programs. But the Hollister School District has indicated, well, there's no space to accommodate them. So with all those classrooms, I find it a little difficult to believe myself, but I would really like us to do a letter to the Hollister School District if we could, and get it out soon, just because when my children were younger, I was a single mom, and the YMCA was such a relief to have on site where your kids are going to school, and to have that suddenly pulled out from under you. I can understand the anxiety that a lot are going through. So if we could do a letter like that, that would be great.
Yeah, the draft's on my desk for review, so we can modify
So we could
if
get it
needed.
out, and
Yep.
yeah, it would be awesome. And then I agree with the parking garage. I do think we're going to have to do some maintenance. It sounds like it's pretty messy in there, and if we're going to have more people in and out of there, then we probably do need to really spruce it back up. So I think that's it for me.
So just to recap, Councilmember Morales, you had tree requests. Is that for trimming or new per the policy?
No, just something that was sent over in August that I thought was taken care of, but it hasn't been.
Okay, it's just if you could just forward that. I heard 2, we can provide a memo to council on SNP bus and the invoicing. Invoicing has to align with our contracts, so I'll work with the chief in their office, but we can only process what we receive. I believe I got the 3 thumbs up for the proclamation, so Mayor, if we can get the contact information.
Sure.
I saw 3 for YMCA grant, and then Councilmember Burns looking at if we have the solar speed radar, the speed indicator signs. So I'm not sure if we have any left over. I think I'm getting an affirmative, so if that's something that okay, looks like I've got the parking garage. I saw 3, and then administrative citation, looking at fee for appeal hearing. And that could be something maybe we look at with the fee study.
Sure.
Okay, looks like I'm getting affirmative there. And then maybe doing some further research and bringing an item back on graffiti abatement. Okay. And that's all I have.
Mayor, I had 2 quick thank
Yes,
yous.
Councilman Burns.
Sorry, I thought I was done when I'm not. First of all, I want to thank the chief of police. I did find this in my council box. This is a annual report. Chief, well done again. Way to set the bar. And I know that we've received one from the fire department as well. And I really think that this is something that if it could get put on the website where the community can go in and see it, they would even be more appreciative than they already are and respectful of the quality of work that our police department and our city staff does.
Yeah, that's hot off the press, so we'll get that.
Yeah, it was
put out
burning
to
my
the
fingers,
community.
but it's awesome. So,
Great.
and then the other thank you I had is for our folks. I see my Sunny Slope fence is continuing down the road. I've seen more progress. Thank you very much. I'm hopeful that within the next 6 months we'll be done so we can then start it all over again, kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge. But I'm being facetious there. But thank you, seriously. That's a monumental task, and I know it's not easy with all the other demands. So thanks for that also.
Thank you.
Were there any recent training or conferences or anything that people wanted to speak on? No?
Did you have one?
I would like to add that Captain Petania has been accepted to the leadership class at Harvard, and she's going to be attending in July. It's a three-week course, so she'll be there during the summer, and it's really excited for her going over there. It's a really great program that they have there for state and local leadership.
Wow. That's pretty cool. Right. Well, it just reminded me of one quick thing about when you said leadership. You know, we supported the Leadership Institute, and I was able to go to, they had a little kickoff thing They've already filled up their first cohort, and they're already developing a waiting list for the next one. So I just want to say, that it's taking off. So I'm excited to see who our new upcoming leaders will be. All right. I think we are ready. Can I get in?
Motion to adjourn.
Can we take a roll call vote, please?
And no motion is required any longer.
Oh, that's right.
So you
No
can just
motion.
state the time or
Good
state that
night,
we're adjourned.
everybody.